watching from afar. So I remind you that this is our very first in-person meeting, very exciting. Please bear with us as we work through our technicalities. I would like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for March 8th, International Women's Day, to order at 9:30. I would also like to respectfully acknowledge that the municipality of Jasper and Jasper National Park are in Treaty 6 and 8 territories, as well as Métis Region 4. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for the Dinézah, Nahiawak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, Stoney Nakoda, and Métis. Council, you have the agenda in front of you. Are there any additions to the agenda? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, or Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I had intended to have added to today's agenda an in-camera item of a legal nature. I think I sent an email last week, and Council would have been aware of that, but it did get dropped. But if we could add to today's agenda, perhaps as agenda item 11.1, just prior to adjournment, an in-camera session under FOIP, it can be indicated as legal. I can't recall specifically the section 17.4 bracket something. And I can advise now that there will be nothing coming from that, which will require a decision of Council later in the day. So for those who are watching online, once we move in camera, there wouldn't be a need to reconvene in public other than to adjourn.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Demota.
Under the same 11.1A, I guess it would be then just the FOIP land matter with the same result that Mayor Ireland had addressed.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any other additions to today's agenda? I will call the question with the additions of 11 and 11.1 in camera session. All in favor? So the agenda is approved. You also have in front of you, Council, the minutes from the committee meeting of February 22nd. Are there any additions or corrections or deletions to the minutes? I see no hands. I will call the question. Approval of the minutes. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to item 5, presentations. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. Just before we begin the presentations, 2 comments that I'm compelled to make. Firstly, I will, as the legislation requires, declare that I have a conflict of interest with respect, in fact, to both presentations. The nature of the conflict in the first case is that the provincial legislation indicates that a councillor is in conflict if they are monetarily interested in the outcome, and that includes a firm of which a councillor may be a member. I am a firm, I am a partner in a firm which is counsel for the developer, and the developer undoubtedly could be monetarily impacted by any decision of council, and hence my firm can be monetarily impacted, hence I am in conflict. So I will absent myself during the discussion. With respect to the second presentation, although the provincial legislation exempts a councillor from conflict where a family member, including a son, is involved, if it's a nonprofit organization, there is an exemption. So under the provincial legislation, I am not probably in conflict, but under our own code of conduct bylaw, the wording is that a councillor must avoid conflict or the perception of conflict, and it's difficult to imagine that some in the community would not see a conflict if the parent of the presenter was making an ask to council. So in both cases, I declare that I am in a conflict of interest position, and I will leave council chambers, and perhaps someone can let me know when we move on to agenda item 6. And just before leaving, if I may, one last thing. Today is International Women's Day, and Mrs. Schwartz, who is a stalwart elder in our community and has represented the role of women in this community for a great number of years, deserves respect for that. So I thank you. I'm sorry I'm not here to listen to your presentation today, but I thank you for all of your past service to the community, particularly the icon that you have been with respect to leading the charge for women in our community. And on this International Women's Day, it's great to have that opportunity to congratulate you. So thank you very much, and please let me know when agenda item 6 is called.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I would like to introduce Bob Covey and Helen Schwartz to council, and I'll pass it over to Mr. Covey.
Thanks very much, Council, and thanks to Acting Deputy Mayor. Councillors, I have here, and I emailed to each of you, a petition containing more than 500 names of your fellow Jasperites, including addresses, phone numbers, and their signatures. Signing a petition isn't something people do for a lark. It's a bit awkward, truthfully, to have to stop what you're doing in a moment, consider the information being presented to you, and volunteer your personal details to, in many cases, a person or cause you're not entirely familiar with. Many people simply aren't comfortable with putting their name on a document of this nature. But as you can see, despite those challenges, more than 10% of the community's population did take that step. If you look at the names carefully, you'll see broad representation of Jasper's population. You'll see the names of your fellow community members and business owners. See employers, employees, renters, and landlords on this list. Residents are concerned with the development at hand. They're worried the variances granted by Parks Canada to facilitate the development of a 144-room, 4-story apartment complex at the entrance to town will have consequences for this community far into the future. With respect, Council, your desks are not the first where these concerns have been presented. Parks Canada has responded to Mrs. Schwartz on 2 occasions, defending the decision to grant the variances, noting that the Planning and Development Advisory Committee is made up of members of the public, and that the federal agency's process gave residents affected by the proposed development opportunity to speak at their June 17, 2021 meeting. Mrs. Schwartz and I would like to put forward that this opportunity, promoted in the Fitzhugh by way of a small advertisement during a time when the Delta variant of the coronavirus was growing rapidly in Alberta, did not garner the necessary public engagement it should have. Jasperites were shocked to read about the implications of the variances. Yet the local field unit superintendent told Mrs. Schwartz, who herself was actually in the field every day, collecting signatures and raising awareness, effectively, that the community had its chance. But we don't think it has, which is why we are before you today. In our letter, wherein we requested this meeting, we spoke at length for the need for affordable housing, not just housing in Jasper. We pointed out Alberta's Residential Tenancies Act has very few protections for tenants compared to other jurisdictions, and that landlords can charge whatever the free market determines is justified. We put forward that in Jasper, where we have an unending demand for and limited supply of housing, 144 new units at market value will not meet our needs for affordable housing, but will exacerbate the trend of rising rents and costs of living, making it increasingly more difficult for people to put down roots here. The affordable housing component of this conversation is significant, and we would like to have a fulsome discussion of it with you and the community at some point in the future. However, today we are here presenting a petition which speaks to the variances granted on a consequential development at the town's south entrance. We believe that the people who signed this petition have not had a chance for their concerns to be heard. You are the elected leaders of this council and have an intergovernmental agreement with your partner, Parks Canada, to work together on matters of this nature. We hope you will see this presentation as an opportunity to start the dialogue that has been missing on this proposal. It's not too late. Your hands are not tied. You represent the people on these pages. We hope you'll find a way not just to amplify, but to take action on their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Wilson.
My question is to Mr. Govey. What are you proposing are the actions that the municipality has in its toolbox to take action if we decide that we support the petition? Yes, there was an ability for citizens to take part in the Planning and Development Advisory Committee meeting, and unfortunately, if it was overlooked, and then if it was overlooked, unfortunately, you know that it was the due diligence was out there. I'm just kind of asking the question, like, what are you suggesting the municipality should be doing?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Our big concern is that the extra floor will produce small units for people that are coming here to work. And I was trying to figure out exactly how many people that might include in 144 construction. And I figured that perhaps they could service over 1,000 people between the two units. This is a lot of people to be under one roof. This can only provide a lot of emotions with people that don't know each other. This is what they're proposing for staff. Now, council all along kept saying, this is affordable, this is affordable. Nothing that is going to be built now is going to be affordable. There are other places that are building too. What we would like to do is have council have more publicity on what actually has been happening, what actually is coming. So we got our infrastructure fixed, that's great. But for what they're saying, we should not overcrowd everything. So if we could have a public meeting where people could speak better than me and discuss what this could possibly lead to. Young people near the railroad, it's kind of frightening, believe me. Those great big outdoor with fire escapes you have to have. Fire engines don't even know if they can reach the fifth floor of a building or fourth floor of a building where that's going to be built there. A fire spark could come from the railroad. We need much more information on what they want to build.
I'll just pick up a little bit there too. I think Helen's concerns, show that there's a lot of unknowns to this project. And I think that to answer Councillor Wilson's question directly, we'd like the opportunity to have this come to a public forum. Councillor Wilson, you mentioned that the PDAC meeting may have got overlooked. We think it did. We think that in the way that it was advertised, wasn't sufficient in terms of getting people to voice their concerns. We think that a more fulsome discussion is necessary. And we would hope that the council would agree and find a way to bring this to public forum. So, you know, there's a lot of concerns. Some are more valid than others. And we just want to have that conversation because we think it's been missing in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Colby, Mrs. Schwartz. Councillor Wilson, any follow-up, or is that answering your question? Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, just to follow up, I just find it really difficult to suggest that there should be a public forum on the private purchase of land. That's, you know, yes, maybe PDAC and equities in the PDAC decision, because I think there's a comparison against the Jasper Housing Corporation request for some similar variances that were denied, and there's definitely a problem in that regard that you know, one project gets certain allowances and another project doesn't. But a private, you know, a public forum on private purchase of land, I think that's unfortunately overreaching for a municipality, even if they had land use. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other comments from council or questions for our presenters? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. The ask is, in my opinion, a bit of a challenge to now go to a private investor who went through a process, advertised, acquired a piece of property while at a reduced rate. The seller reduced the rate. So in fact, they purchased property at what would be, call it market value at the time, and then chose to invest in the development of a potential housing project and put their resources at risk. I find it difficult for council to then now come back and say, all of what was done in the public forum should be reviewed again. And I think we would not be doing a service to private industry, whatever that industry would be, if they followed the rules at the time. By adding additional housing stock, we may actually be able to reduce some of the rents in the community. Currently, we have a development going on through Alberta and BC, where we have a number of individuals who are renting accommodation that normally wouldn't be here. So that's exacerbated our housing situation. In 2 years, year and a half, those individuals will not be in the community. I welcome the addition of additional space, and the market will determine what rents will be able to be charged. A landlord has to recover over time the cost of their investment. And again, you know, what we're being asked to do is to review a process and restrict the landlord's ability or a potential developer's ability to bring something positive to the community. I'm hesitant to try to circumvent the process as it's already occurred.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Mr. Colby.
Thank you. And I think that's sort of what we anticipated, which I guess is why we have this petition. You know, it's not just Helen and I coming here. It's Helen and I representing more than 500 names of Jasperites who think that this opportunity has been missed. And yes, it went through a public process. I don't think that was adequate in this case. The way that Jasper's decision-making on land use matters takes place is a little bit nebulous in this case. I think it's fair comment to say that there was a process and that there was an opportunity, but if we consider the actual weight of this document, we can see that a lot of people weren't aware, and in this situation where it's such a consequential bill, I think it deserves a little more airing of those concerns and recognizing that circumventing the process would be awkward and challenging. I still think there should be a way for Jasper to have a say on these variances.
Thank you. Any other council have any questions or comments? Councillor Demoda.
Well, I definitely appreciate you coming forward. You know, I understand that this was a private agreement between Parks Canada and the contractor or builder. Although I do understand the concerns. It's an agreement on public land that belongs to not just Jasper, but all Canadians. And I think it's a valid concern. I was a little disappointed in the way the information was delivered, and it was open to a lot of different interpretation in the community. And I feel that there could have been better communication on the public consultation process. And, you know, going forward, this is one of the reasons why I don't believe that land use planning and development should be in the hands of the national park. I believe that the community and you know, other Canadians could be better served by having in the hands of people that would have to deal with this on a little bit of a different level. So there are a lot of concerns, and I appreciate all the information that's here and the concern from the community. I think more communication needs to be had. I'd like to see more of what this project entails, maybe diagrams and things, so that people that do have some greater concerns could be put at ease, or for those that don't have concerns, if there's an alarm that should be addressed, then I think we need more clarity as a whole on the whole process and what this thing actually looks like, and you know what 3, 4, or 5 stories might entail. So there's a lot of ambiguity to the whole thing. Parks Canada did put some information out on the entire project itself, but not to the degree I think that is necessary for an understanding of the overall development. So, you know, at this point in time, our hands are a little tied because we don't have the power to really address it. But, you know, due to the concern from the community, I think it's our responsibility to have a conversation again with Parks Canada at our next meeting, if that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda.
I appreciate that you do this. Unfortunately, with Parks Canada, the blame belongs to everybody else but Parks Canada, according to my letters from them, which I have to answer again, and also the minister in Ottawa. But I think that if you can, that the council can at least, like you said, I approve of what you said, that you make Parks Canada aware of the fact that you are concerned about what your constituents are saying here, that we need more input into this. And I know that you represent not only the simple people like myself, but you represent the businesses here too. And that's right. But these are very skilled people that run these things, and they somehow have convinced a committee of 6 people that, oh, it's okay, we can build because it's lower down. It won't show. We don't care about it showing. We like to have people that come to work for us be provided with proper housing, not a housing that's going to be madness with so many people there. So just somehow get to Parks and say, yes, we are concerned. Could you look into this again and see if something can be done? Not leave it with the like you say, Ralph, with people that they're there to make money. And they think the only way to make money is by putting an extra floor on, crowding more people together. Even 3 stores, we don't know how they're going to be made with staff. It could be 6 people in a 3-bedroom. And they have to share a tiny bathroom and don't even know each other. That's what staffing is all about. And it's just very, very sad that it has come to that. There are many other people building. Of course, the thing that community only heard the whole time that all this work has been being done, all they heard, affordable housing, affordable housing. It's got to be subsidized housing for young people. They can't afford those prices. Any place in every place is the same way. And we just have to do something to stop this from building the 4th floor. That's all. And with your input, it would really help us. Thank you for your what you say. I agree with everything.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, it was just to speak to the size of the units that it seems like it's a real issue. And the question, I guess, would be, has Mr. Covey or Mrs. Schwartz seen a floor plan showing the layout of units? Because honestly, there's many units in town that are less than the suggested size in the regulations. And you know, are you guys concerned about like a 750 square foot basements, 2-bedroom basement suite that you know, we're moving forward on some accessory dwelling units in town, and they aren't any larger than the proposed units in this building. So like, yeah, it might sound like it's small. Well, it's smaller than than what is suggested in the regulations, but it's not. They're not micro units. They're smaller square footage, but the layout may be may make it usable. I haven't seen what what the developer is proposing, and so I think we're jumping to conclusions in respect that people will just be crammed into these units. And yeah, I hope we're not misleading people and suggesting that these are all micro units and they're not livable spaces, because you can make a pretty livable space in some pretty small square footage these days.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mr. Covey?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. And yeah, I agree that you know, 76 meters square isn't the smallest unit in town by any stretch. I'm sure that's the case. I think the jumping to conclusions part is just sort of a natural consequence of this not really being the information not being disseminated in a proper way. So I think there's going to be some misconceptions all over town throughout residents about the size of the units, the height of the building, and of course how parking has been affected. And so, you know, we as residents will have different opinions on what's adequate, what's too small, what's the right size. But I think the point is that Jasper doesn't know enough about this project, and there needs to be more information forthcoming so that we can decide whether or not these variances are appropriate or not. again, respecting that it's difficult for you to put in a process to have this conversation. And we wanted to hear council discuss it in an official capacity amongst themselves in this forum. So at least we know that there's a public discussion being taking place. Again, that's what we're missing. And that's probably why we're having some misconceptions and conclusions being jumped to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota.
Excuse me. Well, in hearing all that conversation, including from Councillor Wilson, you know, it just makes me think or look into, you know, our responsibilities. And, you know, the federal government isn't held to the same level of transparency as the municipality is, particularly, you know, with our MGA. I think that if the ball was in our court, we would have had to have more communication, public consultation, and you know, including diagrams of what this project might entail. And you know, another challenge is, you know, the PDAC is made up of appointed individuals in the community, which I do believe feel that they're acting in the best interest of the community. So I don't want this to come back to them to make them feel like they haven't made the right decision, or they haven't been, or they haven't, excuse me, or they've made the wrong decision. You know, the trouble is it gets bounced back to us, and we're the elected ones, and we have really no power or say in the matter. And you know, this again draws attention to why it would be more appropriate for the municipality to have, you know, more control over this. And you know, I feel that we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, but you know, we have made a lot of milestones with Parks Canada over, you know, the last 20 years, and I think that, you know, with continued communication, we can make it better. I wish I had an answer or a solution to, you know, the dilemma we're in, but the only way that we can make it better is by better communication and making them aware of how important it is for the community to have more say and more control over what is going on in front of them, in their backyard, around them, and in the community. And I think it's worthwhile having more discussions on this. And if we have the opportunity to do that, we can. You know, I feel for the people that feel like they're doing a good thing. Maybe the builders, the project managers there have a good idea of what they think is good for the community. And we just haven't really heard it yet. So I think, you know, having more communication and discussion on this could give us a better feel of what it really means to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Wilson.
Not that this comment would put Ms. Grovey and Mrs. Schwartz minds at ease, but it is pretty preliminary in the process of development as well. I understand that variances have been granted, although as the developer moves along in the process, you know, I guess the first step would be submitting development plan drawings and renderings to Parks Canada. In turn, they get submitted to the municipality. The municipality, like administration, gets to review, make sure that, you know, 144 units would be serviceable with the utilities, water, sewer, etc. That has to be supplied. As if further, I think regarding the parking variance, I think the developer is required to work with the municipality. I don't think that was just a carte blanche, you know, variance. I think supposedly, and correct me if I'm wrong, administration, but the developers to work with the municipality to come up with a plan on parking. So, you know, all I'm saying is that it isn't just a rubber stamp on this development. The municipality does get a say in certain aspects of it, but to try and minimize the developer's ability to make their money back and et cetera, or make a profit on the build. I think that is overreaching, although they will have to meet certain standards and jump through all the hoops that any other development has to go through in our town. But yeah, I understand as well that our whole development process in the community is very challenging, and it's not equal amongst developers, as I think is highlighted in the letter that Mr. Covey has sent. One project will get certain variances and another won't, and so that there is definitely problems there and challenges there, and we do have to address that. I think that's what the municipality can do, is go down that road. We need to work with Parks Canada to achieve land use and planning, so we can have a bigger say in development projects. But currently it's not in our wheelhouse, and we can't make planning development decisions as we are as a municipality currently.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mr. Cody, do you want to follow up?
Sure, and I think we've said most of the things we'd like to say. Helen wanted to point out that we're not holding the PDAC members any hard feelings toward the PDAC members for what they decided on. They had limited scope, and they were presented with information and did their jobs to the best of their abilities. I also wanted to just comment on Councillor Wilson's mention there of trying to overreach on the free market. This isn't about trying to limit people's ability to make money. Certainly not trying to limit people's ability to make money on housing developments in Jasper. And there are probably good intentions. We know that the 2011 sustainability plan it encouraged or recommended building more housing, particularly on the GA and GB parcels on Knott Drive. But I think the point that I'd like to make is that with a development of this size, this many rooms, that will be prominent when you come into Jasper, and with the need for affordable housing so acute, especially in Alberta, as oil prices go through the roof, the cost of living right along with it. If we're going to do a project of this nature, let's do it right. Let's try to do our best to make affordable housing work for the residents, business owners who will employ the tenants, and for the community. And realizing that you have limited tools available to you because of the nature of land use planning in this town. Realizing that it's not going to be easy to find a way into having this discussion in a public forum. Realizing all that, I'd like you to consider the future 50 years from now, when these apartments have been turned over multiple times, when the rent has gone up many times over, and it's highly unlikely that wage increases will have kept up. Consider what the legacy of this development could be, and let's try to find a way to all work together to make sure that something like this is done right. And I know it will be a creative solution, and there may be an appeal process if the developers obtain their permit, and I believe there is a process with Parks Canada, and we'll surely be knocking at their door when the time is right to do that. But for now, we hope that you'll look at this petition, review it earnestly, look at the names on it, and know that these people that sign their names put their addresses and phone numbers on there and, you know, put their neck out in some ways by volunteering their information, are hoping that the community leaders of Jasper will find a way to make affordable housing work for their community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Govey, Mrs. Schwartz. Any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Demota?
Yeah, I thank you for that. And, you know, I just want to be clear that I wasn't accusing anybody of making the feedback people, you know, feel bad. I just didn't want that sentiment to be out of the community. Sometimes I've experienced it before. It can run away on us. And, you know, I just wanted to emphasize that, you know, we do have good people working for the community there. I do also want to just, you know, take note to what Councillor Wilson's closing comments were. And, you know, and I think he's a very valuable asset for council and the community to have us here, because if you can look at both sides of the coin and our challenges, I think what he addressed there is really important. I think we do have opportunities still to work with Parks Canada and community to ensure that we have something that's suitable for the community. I just want to thank you both too for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I actually want to thank you, Bob and Helen, for coming out today and presenting to us. Any other closing comments, questions? Councillor Wilson.
You know, just a more kind of direction here for administration, or to show that we're not, you know, just pushing you guys off. And Ms. Schwartz, like, I would suggest that we could request from the developer sooner rather than later, you know, a rendering of the project. So, you know, yeah, 5 stories sounds really tall. Yet the suggestion is that they're on a hill, so it won't seem as tall. So, you know, but you can't really picture it. There's a drawing or, you know, some rendering that you can kind of get your head around. And so, you know, maybe we owe it to our community that they're as transparent as possible. So, well, and it's just a request, I think, to the developer. I think they'd want to showcase their project coming up. So, you know, as things unfold and they're moving towards their development permit application, if there's preliminary drawings that they could present to council, that would be excellent. So maybe we could direct administration to communicate with the developer and share what they can to keep everybody in the loop, in the know, you know, what is happening on that project, what can the community expect, and you know, what are they going to offer the community in the end. And maybe everybody's happy with that, because I would suggest they're not going to be putting out a poor product, but that's not our, you know, if they build a bad house. But maybe we can request the administration to just communicate with the developer, see if they're willing to share some preliminary information with us. Would council be open to asking administration for that, to move forward with that?
Yes, do we need a motion for that or direction to administration?
Sure, thanks, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. Certainly, if council wants to request administration or direct administration to go and collect information and bring it back to a future committee meeting, that would be appropriate to have by motion. That way it's tracked, it's on the record. It was clear that was the direction from council, ask us to go and find information and bring it back. Administration has been in contact with the developer because there are implications on some municipal services, and so that's certainly something to follow up on if council wishes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Waxer?
I can make that motion.
Do you want to direct administration to come back with information from the developer from Parks Canada? Is that what we're?
So I think Acting Deputy Mayor Hall, if I understood what Councilor Wilson was bringing up, maybe to request direct administration, request preliminary information such as renderings and site plans for the proposed GD development presentation to a future team.
Thank you, Mr. David. Does that sound about right, Councillor Wilson? That was the intent of your, okay. And Councillor Waxer would like to make that motion to direct whatever Mr. David just said. Great. Okay, so I have, I guess I have a question on the table. I can call that all in favor. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Councillor Demona.
Thank you. I did have a question, but
Okay.
the motion gotten, that's good. We've got something going forward. Mr. Gibbon, are you aware of a future meeting with the Bath Council and or administration in the near future? Are we going to be able to take that opportunity when we have a private session? Okay, one of the things, you know, and addressing something that Councillor Wilson said, you know, about our due diligence and maybe doing some work on you know, with ourselves. Banff has some big scale projects going on, including some housing for the community that is near one of the entrances. And I've been really excited to visit Banff as a council, just to explore what they've been doing. And I'm not saying everything that they're doing is right or whatever, but they have gone through some pitfalls and gone through some obstacles that they might have cleared that might help us out. I'm sure administration's been in contact with them, but it'd be nice for council to see, because like these projects are big and there's some big buildings, you know, but they've made it look not too menacing. So I think that there might be some opportunities to relieve some of the negative issues that might be, you know, attached to this project, and provide a little bit more clarity on what can come out of it. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity. If we have it, I'd like to address it when we have the time.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. And again, thank you, Mr. Covey and Mrs. Schwartz, for coming out today and presenting to us. I feel we've asked a lot of questions and excellent. Thank you very much. That will bring us to item 5.2. Another presentation from Logan Ireland. Is he zooming in? There it is. Great. Thank you.
So much.
Good morning, Logan Ireland.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thanks, councillors and observers and presenters. Thanks for having us. I'll let my creative partner Oliver here introduce himself, and then I'll jump into my own pitch as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Oliver Andrew. For those of you who don't know me, I'm born and raised Jasper local. Currently the general manager at the Astoria Hotel, and we'll be embarking on this current project with Logan we're calling Uplift, a mural festival in downtown Jasper.
Awesome. Thanks, Oliver. Hi, everybody. I'm Logan Ireland, also born and raised Jasper. Really happy and excited to have the opportunity to live here in Jasper again, and to have started this mural festival with my high school classmate Oliver, and have an opportunity to have a positive impact on the town here and the community. So we're really excited. Is that anyone else getting some feedback? It's just me. Awesome, thanks. We're really excited to have this opportunity to share our progress with you so far and our goals. And with that, I'll jump into a screen share. Just for the sake of this forum, for efficiency, I'll be doing most of the talking. However, at the question period and in the next 6 weeks leading up to the festival, and during the 2 weeks of the festival, and really any time of the year, please feel free to contact either Oliver or myself with any questions that you may have. We're both fully committed to this and available anytime that you guys might like. So with that said, I'll jump into a screen share, and we'll be looking at our section of the agenda package. Okay, so just to sum up, to get everybody Can you guys, everybody see? Yep. Excellent. So we're looking at the agenda item, page 10. Just to sum up what we're looking here with our ask to council. It's pretty simple. We wanted to introduce ourselves to council and add a couple things to your minds. So we'll go through those quickly so they're in the back of your minds while we're talking. Identifying potential walls on municipal buildings that could be painted in future festival years. We'd love to include the municipality in this if we can. So getting municipal walls painted would be an awesome avenue for us to pursue together, including costs of painting murals in funding applications. So thinking of Uplift when the town is looking to apply for grants and getting other funding applications. Allocating any existing funds to help support this year's festival. Offering guidance and support in regards to alley and sidewalk closures and dealing with public safety during the actual festival, and considering other avenues for collaboration that might come into your mind at any time over the next couple of years. So we'll jump into a quick screen share here. This is our sponsorship package, which you can also find online on our website anytime you would like, along with some other documents as well. So here we have an example. In the top piece, you can see our headlining artist, Fluke, an example of a piece that he's done in his hometown, La Salle in Quebec. So the goals of Uplift are really, the art is kind of the Trojan horse. So the art is the means to get all the other goals into the town. What we're hoping and what we expect to accomplish with this mural festival is a boost in tourism. We'll be offering a new product, giving the town product diversification, appealing to a new demographic that is interested in street art, and also appealing to the current demographic in a new way. So these murals will be, there is a festival, which will be very immersive, and festival goers will be able to engage with the art in a meaningful way over the 2-week period. And then the art will live on our walls and be part of our daily lives, our conversations, 365 days a year, whether it's raining outside, whether there's unfortunately smoke from forest fires, if it's too cold to travel too far into the mountains for some of the tourists. This will give an opportunity for people to engage with our town, explore new places, explore new areas in a way that they've never really been able to do before. So one of the main benefits that we see is a boost in tourism that will positively impact the entire downtown sector and the whole community of Jasper. Along with financial benefits, these murals give cultures and people opportunities to share their experiences and put it out there on the wall, highlighting their relationship with the town and their background, and presenting it in a way that allows the rest of us to learn and start a conversation and communicate with one another. So for example, in our first year, we will have an Indigenous artist doing a piece here in town, Caleb Dan. You can see an example of his work here in Calgary. So along with Indigenous artists, we intend to help promote BIPOC, all sorts of various cultures that may have been historically underrepresented. This gives us as locals an opportunity to learn from these cultures in a way that we maybe are lacking at some points of our daily lives. So again, to uplift at a glance here, we talked about the financial benefits and the cultural benefits. There's also artist advocacy. So we'll be promoting local artists. We've got one local artist on our roster, and we plan to have at least one in every festival year. This festival will act as sort of a launching pad. It's been seen in festivals across Western Canada. Oliver and myself participate in a conversation with Western Canadian mural festivals who have done this successfully already. We talk with Nelson, Kelowna, the Vancouver Mural Festival, Squamish, all these Western Canadian mural festivals that have done this successfully already. And what they find is that the festival acts as a launching pad for local artists. So we have a local artist who will be working on his wall during the 2 weeks of the festival, and he'll be able to go right next door and learn from these national headlining artists who have done this for a living for over 10 years. And we will be able to use our platform to boost up local talent, encourage school kids to get involved, and all sorts of other things. So those are really the goals of the festival, is to promote culture sharing, strengthening bonds between members of the community, increasing product diversification in the town, boosting year-round tourism, and creating these beautiful pieces of art that can be seen and interacted with on a daily basis. With that said, I'd like to quickly ask permission from Deputy Mayor Hall to jump into a share of some pieces of street art we've put together for you. It's not officially in the agenda, but we'd like to share some examples of the type of art that we're looking to acquire and bring to Jasper, if you'd be okay with that.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent, thank you. So, kick things off in honor of International Women's Day, I wanted to share this piece in the Vancouver Mural Festival. This is by an Argentinian duo named Medinares, and they're a female duo that travel the world together, creating beautiful pieces like this. I had the pleasure of walking by this daily when I was living in Vancouver, and it's turned what is otherwise a gritty alley into something that is a pretty alley, and it brings people from all over the world right to this area. There's coffee shops and breweries that benefit from this street art on a daily basis. This one is really cool because they've actually used 2 walls, as you can see. So if you stand in this certain location where this photo is taken, the hand that's in front on this electrical box plays into the whole piece. And you can see the depth here. They've cut out a fake window and included the ear in there. It's just phenomenal what these talented artists are able to do on this big scale. And we're really excited with the talent that we've been able to secure this year, and kind of blow some people's minds here in Jasper with what's possible with art. Another example here that we really love and think would be a great fit for Jasper, this is a Swiss duo called Never Crew. So they do a lot that involves nature. Being in Jasper, our festival is a celebration of art, but it's also about uplifting the community of Jasper. And we have a very unique gallery here in town. So the walls will become the canvases, and the mountains and our beautiful sky and surroundings will become the gallery. So ours will be a very unique festival in that respect, in that nature is a big part of our daily lives. So somebody of this caliber and of this style, like Never Crew, we think would be an awesome fit for Jasper at some point in the future. The next 2 pieces are just a quick homage to some Ukrainian artists. This is a Ukrainian-born artist named Dmitry Sorenko. This is his first mural he did in the Vancouver Mural Festival, latest in 2021. And it's become an international sensation. And it's his first external mural, which is quite commendable. This is another Ukrainian artist with a piece in Canada, in Victoria. He goes by the handle Waon. So this is also in the Vancouver Mural Festival, and I specifically wanted to share this one to showcase West Coast Indigenous style art, and also just to note and get your mind thinking about how to incorporate the community. So this piece is done by an Indigenous artist, and it's about the circle of life, and you've got the mother eagle up here, and everything's kind of flowing around in a clockwise direction. And then if you take a quick look down here in the left-hand corner, you'll see some green lines that look maybe unfinished. This is seaweed that the artist had a kindergarten class to. So we asked a kindergarten class to come out and finger paint and add something to the piece. So their involvement really kind of ties the piece together, and it adds quite an endearing element to an otherwise serious piece. And we would love to incorporate school kids in the community in fashions just like that. This is another example of an artist we've reached out to who does phenomenal work and often nature-based. This guy's named Smug. He's an Australian artist who lives in Glasgow. So these are two of his pieces, which are extremely high quality, world-class, and also nature-based. And we have chatted with him, and he's interested in coming at some point in the future. These next artists, these are ones that we have on our roster. This again is Calum Tiki Dan. This is a mural that he's done in Calgary, where he's coming to town this week to meet with Oliver and I in person and see his wall. And we're very excited to host him here and learn all about his process and see what ideas he has in store for the wall in which he will be placed. This is another one of our artists who's been signed. His name is 5'8". He does really phenomenal work out of Montreal and across Canada as well. And we're very grateful to have 5'8" on the artist roster. He comes with a ton of experience and he's helped our festival. One of the first things that we did was reach out to him and understand the process by which artists put the pieces on the wall so that we could be prepared to make a budget and all that. This is about a year ago, March last year. We reached out to him and some other consultants to really understand how to get to where we are today. We owe a lot to this guy, and we're very excited to have him come and be a part of our community. This is our headlining artist. So the next couple slides feature this gentleman down here in the left-hand corner who goes by the handle Fluke. He has been doing murals for 13 plus years. He's been in China, New Zealand, all over the world, contracted to do this top caliber world-class art. And he's very excited to do more in Canada now. He wants to come to Jasper to get involved in our community, bring his wife and his kids, and create a piece that not only tourists will like, but the people that will walk by this every day will be able to interact with and enjoy. He's the perfect fit for our festival. He's done murals for Parks Canada in the past, which was one of our selection criteria. He is a master at combining what his surroundings are and taking aspects of the community into his design. So this one here is in Calgary. He did a piece on this 7-story building, and you can see in the background there's some Calgary-esque imagery. So we're confident that he's going to design a piece that makes everybody in town very proud and represents our community in a fantastic way. As he was chatting with the main sponsor for his wall, he was asking questions about the flora and fauna in town, which kind of flowers locals like to see, what are the changes between seasons, what seasons the locals like the most. So we're 100% confident that he's going to create us an amazing piece, and we cannot wait for the town to see it. This is another piece by the same man, Fluke. This is John Robinson homage. Another fantastic piece. And then this is a famous one called Graffiti Grandma, done by him as well in Montreal. Any questions about those pieces while we're at this stage? Sounds like all good. So we'll move on here to the Uplift scheduled artists. Oliver and I filled and are filling many roles this year to get things off the ground. In the future, we will strive to have a committee of people that curate artists and to sort through all the applicants that we get. This year we got about 20 applicants, and Oliver and I did the curation process. So we picked our artists based on some criteria, including artists having mural experience already. So even our local artist, Keenan Sillence, he has done a mural, which you might have seen at the Aquatic Center. And he's a full-time painter. He owns a painting company. We wanted to have Indigenous representation, so we were very excited to land Calum Tiki Dan. And then we wanted to have a headlining artist, Canadian artist, that could bring with them multiple years of experience and really help the festival and kind of act as a captain for the rest of the artists. So we ended up with these four. Another major piece of our selection criteria this year was that we wanted to have artists who displayed a personable demeanor. So some artists, you can likely imagine, everyone has a different personality. Some people like to just chuck in their headphones and go to work for 2 weeks, and they can create some fantastic pieces. However, we want our festival to be very immersive. We want the community to be involved. We want somebody who is walking to the grocery store and sees Fluke's painting going up for the first day. We want them to be able to ask Fluke what is going on. And all these artists have committed to enjoying that process as much as they like the painting, so that all these people really are excited to be part of our community and to share their stories and their art and their process with us as we're walking around during the festival. So that was a huge part of our curation process, and it will remain a part of the curation process throughout the next years. There's some other artists that we've been in contact with that we hope to include in future years as well, and many, many more. So now I'll just jump to the sponsorship package here and talk about, first of all the support that we've got from the community, which has been phenomenal and really motivating. Some of the councillors that are present today, we've had the opportunity to chat with on a personal level, and I thank all of you for your support so far. It's really helped us get to where we are. We've had an amazing amount of support from local businesses. So to accomplish this festival, we've been pursuing all funding avenues all the time, including provincial, federal grants and sponsorship dollars. And the sponsorships have just have really given us the means to get to where we are. So we want to thank Tourism Jasper and Snow Dome Coffee, Sam and Shelley from Snow Dome Coffee. They're both street level sponsors this year, and their support and backing it really allowed us to get to where we are, and we can't thank them enough for their involvement. We also are very, very grateful to all of our sponsors, including Mountain Galleries, who is a sponsor this year, Wendy Wacko at Mountain Galleries, Kim Stark at Bear Paw Bakery is a wall sponsor. The Astoria Hotel and Jasper Pizza Place, Stavros Gorgonis and the Andrew family, they are combined a wall sponsor. And we have Marmot Basin that has supplied us with lift tickets, 16 lift tickets that we can give to our artists to help them and their families enjoy the experience. And we have our sponsorship package out to many more businesses in the community who have expressed interest. They're just going through the process of figuring out how exactly to support us. So also I should mention TGP. The main wall is going to be in the TGP parking lot, the Snow Dome wall that faces TGP. And Rick over at TGP has graciously given us permission to take up those parking spaces and to work with him to try to mitigate those potential challenges. So we owe a lot to Rick too, to be able to have our artists paint that wall. And the entire community has been incredibly supportive. We've really only run into positive feedback, which has let us know that we're on the right track. Just to quickly jump into the finances, as I'm sure there are questions, why we need this money. I think one of our roles here as a mural festival, we have an opportunity to educate the public on artist advocacy. So these people are professionals. This is what they do for a living, and anyone who's signed up with us, they're committing over a month of their time. It's 2 to 3 weeks of design, and then it's 2 full weeks where they're in Jasper painting from sunrise to sunset. It can be fairly grueling work. And not only that, we need to buy the paint supplies. They need to travel here. We need to rent equipment. So scissor lifts that can go up and down. We rent that for the full 2 weeks. There's marketing costs involved, branding, etc., etc. So to pay for all the artists and all their time, you can look at this in our detailed breakdown community proposal online. Look at everything. We try to be as transparent as possible. The cost of the artist total is about 110,000, and then you tack onto that marketing dollars, branding, renting these pieces of equipment, and then also paying for the roles which need to be filled. We are a non-for-profit, and Oliver and I want this festival to have longevity. So we're in a fortunate position right now where the two of us can commit full-time hours to this project, and accept that in the first couple of years, there may not be financial compensation and consideration for us as festival organizers and the people filling these roles. However, we want this festival to live on its own as we go forward. So that means that any role we're filling should be compensated so that we can show to potential applicants that there is consideration and that we can attract competent, talented people to this role should Oliver and I plan to step out or move away. So all in all, we're looking this year to get about $200,000 to cover all of our costs. That would allow us to run a world-class festival and promote it to the level that we want to. And we are getting about $70,000 raised so far. Many more sponsorship proposals out there in the works, and some grant applications in the works as well. So we're trying our best to make sure that we get to that number so that Uplift compensates everybody involved and is well set up and prepared to budget and execute festivals in the coming years as well. I'd also like to give a big shout out to Parks Canada and Alan Fair. They reviewed our proposal, Alan himself with his team, and they are supportive of us, and we couldn't be more grateful. We've told all of our artists to be aware of certain documents like the mountain motif and to follow those guidelines. And we think that this proposal and this project is going to bring a lot of value to everyone in the community, including Parks Canada. So we're very, very grateful and excited that they see that as well, and that they've given us their confidence and trust to be able to pull this off to the level that that the town deserves. Quickly jump into the timeline. So the festival is slated to take place from April 23rd to May this year. That's in about 6 weeks. That's when our two national artists are flying in, and that's when hotels are being booked for them. So they will paint over a duration of 14 days. They may take a morning or two off here or there to accommodate trucks in a back alley or to explore the town a little bit with their family. In general, though, they do, especially the bigger walls, they need as much time as possible. So they'll pretty much show up, paint, go to bed, get up, paint, go to bed. Some of them will stick around longer at their own choice because they are excited to come to Jasper and they want to have a coffee and go for a hike and see what our community is all about. During the festival, there will be some events going on to make this a more immersive experience. So we'll have a launch party, which will be at a to be announced venue. We'll have unveiling parties. So as we're finishing the session, we will have celebrations near their location, and the artists will come and they can speak about their work and their process as well. We'll have some tours, so people that are interested in the art and what's going on, we can walk people around to all the artists on a daily basis, and we can learn and see the process of the art going up. That's going to be one of the things that we're most excited about, is to have the community members actually see this art going up and being created. It's kind of like it's a privilege, a behind the scenes privilege that not everybody gets. It's sort of like that Beatles documentary where you got to see Paul McCartney pulling Let It Be out of thin air. Anyone can listen to Let It Be, but then when you get that behind the scenes experience and you get to see it created, you get a real connection with the piece. And that's one of the things we're really excited to bring to the community of Jasper. So there's also an opportunity to do anti-graffiti and weather coating on top of these murals. If we want to talk about that more in depth, please ask questions about that. The other option to make sure that the design is preserved is simply to repair it. So if somebody comes out and tags it, puts graffiti over top of it, or it's damaged in some way, we can hire a local artist to repair the piece. There's pros and cons to both the weather anti-graffiti coating and repairing it. So we'll decide that on a case-to-case basis, and Uplift will take care of these things. So that's the sponsorship package. And then I just wanted to give another shout out here to all of our sponsors. Tourism Jasper has been so supportive. James Jackson and Kevin Henderson and Miriam Boldick and the whole team over there. We're so grateful to have them on board and to continue collaborating with them as we move forward. Snowdome Coffee, Sam and Shelley, just unbelievable amount of support from them. Can't thank them enough. They've allowed us to sign Fluke and to really move forward with this thing. Their backing has been phenomenal. And they've tried to do a mural on their outside wall in the past. So we're happy to be able to be the facilitators that can bring this idea to fruition that many people in the town have already wanted for a long time. We've also got Kim Stark at the Bear Paw Bakery, another amazing supporter, and another example of somebody who has wanted to do a mural for many years, and we're very happy to be able to bring this home for her. And the Stavros Correspondence, VP, also him and Oliver have been talking about doing a mural on their shared wall for a long time now. He's been super supportive of us, very keen to share a positive Indigenous story on his wall, and we really thank him for that. So that concludes the presentation period. Oliver, if you'd like to add anything, please jump in, and then we'll field some questions.
I think you covered all the bases there, Logan.
Great. Okay, thanks everybody. Any questions from the councillors?
Thank you very much, Logan and Oliver, for your time. Councillor Wilson, I see your hand up.
Well, I was going to ask why they didn't scope out any of the municipalities' walls, or maybe those are kind of like in the queue for future years. We've got some pretty blank brick walls to take care of.
Yeah, absolutely. We have scoped out some of them. There's some awesome canvases around town. There's probably 3 dozen walls in town that potentially could be used. We zeroed in on these walls because of interest from the owners and support from the owners. So in most cases, the walls that we're using, the owners are contributing half of the artist's fee, which has really allowed us to make this thing happen, because it does cost a little bit of money. And they just kind of fell into place, honestly. We'd love to be using community walls in the future, for sure. Absolutely.
Councillor Milnick.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. I guess my first question is, why only 2 weeks for the festival? Why not expand it to 3 or 4? Is there I mean, the murals go up, but it seems like a great springtime activity for the community.
Yeah, I think the idea of the aspect of this being a festival is kind of one small part of the whole project, which is, as Logan was describing, takes place between when the first artist starts their mural, which will actually be our Indigenous artist, Calum, to the point where the final artist, which will be our headlining artist, finishes their mural, which could be, what we're trying to do is kind of span it over sort of the second week of April into the first or second week of May. So really it's a 5-week process, but the longevity of the festival includes the tours, which we're kind of planning, which will be touring people around to each mural and talking about, you know, the artist's inspiration and talking about why this particular mural is where it is. And kind of throughout the summer, when people kind of just take it upon themselves to look around the town and kind of enjoy the murals as they exist. And that hopefully just builds upon year after year as we add more murals. And so to answer your question, it's really a 3-week festival while the murals are taking place, but the longevity is years and years after the murals are put up.
Thank you. Councillor Waxer.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I was curious about the concept of a temporary canvas.
Oh, yes. Okay, so the temporary canvas, that came up during a community conversation I was involved in with Lisa Riddell and Lindsay and some other people. And yeah, that's something I suggested. I did make a note of it at the time that we're pretty full on over here at Uplift. So I didn't want to commit too much, but what was happening there is that a need was identified to help tourists become more aware of our public spaces, such as Centennial Park and some of the other parks in town. And the meeting was revolving around trying to figure out how to promote these public spaces more. And an idea that I suggested is having a temporary canvas in one of these parks during the festival that we could help promote. And at the temporary canvas, we could have paint supplies there, say like a high quality spray paint can, which many of us have probably never used. And you could, you know, try out your art. You could learn how to do it for yourself. Kids could come by and we could help encourage. Maybe the temporary canvas could move around to 4 different locations. And the idea there was that it would help people get involved with the festival as well as help promote these underutilized areas of town. And potentially it could live somewhere all year long too to help promote both things.
Thank you for that. I have a question just to understand the process. So you find a building, you get the owner's permission, there must be a parks approval portion of it. I know you have support from our superintendent, but what is the process?
Yeah, so the process is to get the building owner's approval and the business owners and get them all on board, get the funding. Parks Canada has confirmed that we don't need permits this year. So it was a bit of a gray area in the mountain motif, up to interpretation, whether we were type 1, which didn't require permits, and type 2, which did. It has to do with the wording, and because we're painting an exterior wall of a different color, it wasn't clearly specified. Anyway, so we brought that to Parks Canada, and Alan confirmed in the email that we do not need permits. So their request is just that we make the artists aware of and have them follow the mountain motif. And then we will need a license. Pardon me? Sorry.
Yeah, that answered my question. I like gritty to pretty. I think that's a great little saying. Councillor Demota.
Might be an example of pretty to pretty. You know, it's just in the eye of the beholder. But I really appreciate this. I was privy to having a presentation from Logan when I was on the Culture and Rec committee, and I'm really excited to see this coming to its fruition, because that was in the initial stages and just in concept of bringing this to the community. And this is near and dear to my heart, and I hope that it might inspire and trigger bigger things. I like the concept. I like what it brings. And yeah, I can't wait to see what evolves from this. One of the questions I did have, I guess, and it's just more on specific scale. Seeing the letter from Kim Stark there reminded me of when I worked at the Bears Paw Bakery. I often thought, looking out the windows there's people that are sitting there, there's a bench outside, and you look off into the parking lot. And on the side of the Service Credit Union building, there's just a big gray wall. And I always thought that would be a great place for something that, you know, you guys are proposing today. I don't know if that's one of the walls that's being considered, but if it's not, I strongly recommend it if they're willing to work with you. So again, thank you very much, and look forward to see what the outcome is at the end of this festival.
Thank you, Rico.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Demota. It sounds like your brain is working on the same level as ours. I think Oliver and I see canvases on every wall we look at. But that's a good heads up for that wall for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, did I see your hand up?
Well, great project. Moving out of pandemic, you know, I think the name of the festival is excellent. Uplift, kind of building our community back up better and offering more to our international or to all of our tourists. I guess my question is, how can the muni? What is the best way the municipality can assist you? I know financially there are some, you have to make it quite a bit further. It may be a challenge to really kind of step up in that regard, but I'm sure we can have that chat, but how best can the municipality assist you in accomplishing a good festival?
Yeah, so really it's just you know, financial support aside, it's really just a partnership with the municipality as far as all the logistics that come into working within the town. So the artist that Logan was talking about, our headline artist, Fluke, he made it quite clear that when the mural is going up, it's a construction site. So you have volunteers directing traffic, you have machinery working, you have all kind of safety procedures in place. And municipality can really help us by kind of being on our side and, you know, blocking off roadways where we need, or parking spots where we need, or, you know, getting bylaw on board with traffic control in some regard, because these guys are, you know, they're professionals. They understand that they're working within a town, and within the town there's delivery trucks coming through. There's parking spots for businesses, but at the same time, they want a safe working environment, which means that they need just to know that while they're concentrating on building the mural, there's sort of safety happening behind their back, and I think that's, as far as the municipality is concerned, having support from bylaw and just having sort of a clear understanding that there might be times where we'll have to block off roadways and stuff like that, that could be a huge support for us.
Thank you for that. I have a quick question. Is there an opening ceremony or some kind of kickoff to this festival?
Yes, there will be something to that regard, likely on the weekend there and the first day. However, that's still sort of in the works, because the first day there's not really much to look at, just kind of sketches on walls, but all the artists will be in town. And one of the art pieces may be up by then. So that's just, it's developing, but yes, certainly, Wendy, there will be a launch party or an opening ceremony. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, thank you. This question will go across the floor to Mr. Good, and I hate to put you on the spot now, just because it came to mind looking through the page 3, some ways in which the mayor and council could support Uplift. I was just wondering, do we have any flexibility within, you know, our approved budget for allocating resources and or some type of funding for this?
Sure, thanks very much. Through Acting Deputy Mayor Hall, Councillor Demota, we don't have any funds identified that are immediately come to mind. That said, if council wish to refer the request to administration for review, for administration to identify opportunities to support, there may be either some sources of funds that might be available. I would suggest that it would be particularly, it would be major, but there may be something there. We could have that discussion with administration. There also might be other opportunities for us to support. Looking at the budget, I see that there are insurance costs that the festival is incorporating in their budget. There may be an opportunity to support by bringing the festival under the municipality's insurance. I'm not certain about that, but And there may be other equipment that we could provide at stage time. So I think provide the most flexibility to allow us the most creative ways to identify support would be for council to refer the request to administration. So we would bring back a recommendation to you, just sort of take it away from the table and identify what opportunities there are to provide support if council wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Mota, did you want to respond further?
No, I'm not.
That's okay.
I'm trying to develop a motion.
I wanted to actually go back to the temporary canvas that Councillor Waxer had brought up a few minutes ago. Is that, I know it's in these ways that you guys have outlined that we can support this festival. Is that still something that is potentially on the table? I like the idea of heading to a park that's not used often, or involving our youth, or that's where you probably see community members going up there using the nice cans of spray paint, which I've never used. Is that still something you guys are thinking about? Or is it at this point just?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor Hall. We would love to consider that. Our restraints, I guess, or the challenges we need to overcome is that we do have a lot on our plate right now, and we don't want to overcommit to adding more things to the festival. So if the municipality has means to help us accomplish that and can have somebody on the team work with us to figure out how to best pull that off, then we would absolutely love to entertain that idea. It's probably too much just for Uplift to handle all on our own, but if we work together, I think we could get somewhere with it.
Thank you for that. What would a temporary canvas be made out of? Just curious. Anything? Okay.
Yeah, it could be any type of material. Probably as it doesn't have to have any longevity necessarily. It could be made out of just like canvas, like a sheet almost, and pinned up to like a billboard like structure, or like a movable chalkboard or something. It could be pretty simple. There are probably higher quality options as well if we wanted to pursue those and have something actually fabricated. Yeah, I think there's lots of options.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I was going to suggest stacking up a bunch of Jersey barriers after review. That might be an opportunity.
Yeah.
I want to use this for our bike lanes, Councillor Demota, so.
Yeah, exactly.
All
right. Well, I do have a motion. The committee direct administration to come back with a recommendation on the opportunities which may be available to support the committee direct administration to come back with recommendations on how the municipality I'm going to try this a third time. I can't even read my own writing. The committee direct administration to come back with recommendations or opportunities in which the municipality may be able to support the 2022 Uplift Mural Fest. Does that work?
That sounds like a motion. Any councillor to speak to that motion? I see no hands. There is a question on the table. I will call that question. All in favor? Oh, did you want to say something, Councillor Waxer? Councillor Waxer.
I wondered if you wanted to include including the potential for doing a temporary canvas situation.
That would be is that a
friendly
friendly
amendment?
amendment or a?
Sure, that's fine. I thought that would be included because that's an opportunity, but if it needs to be specified, I'm happy to do that.
Sure, do you want to repeat that then?
No.
I'm just joking. There is a motion on the table. Councillor Mota's motion with the addition of a potential to include a temporary canvas location within that festival period. Okay. All in favor? There are none opposed and that motion carries. Thank you very much, Logan and Oliver, for a wonderful presentation today. I very much look forward to this festival. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. It's good to talk to you guys and good to have, good to know that you're on board.
Really appreciate your time and your support. It means a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Melnick.
Can I suggest we take a
Yes,
5-minute
yes, oh.
health break and bring back Mayor Ireland and we'll proceed?
Yes, absolutely. We will take a short break, bringing our mayor back to the table and freshen up our coffees. Welcome back from our quick break. We are moving on to item number 6, business arising from the minutes. Council, is there any business arising from the minutes presented? I see no hands. This one doesn't need a motion. I can just move on, can't I? Okay. Moving on to agenda item 7, new business. Item 7.1, fiscal controls and reporting policy. I'll pass it over to Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I know Ms. Malinchuk is also on Zoom and able to support us in this discussion, but I'll introduce the report and highlight what we're talking about today. If there are any technical questions, then I think the rest of the team can support the discussion. In front of you, you see a revision of policy B009 on our website today as it currently exists. It's called the Fiscal and Financial Controls Policy and was originally adopted by Council in September of 2010. The administration presented a draft revision of the policy to Committee of the Whole prior to the election on September 28th, 2021. And at that time, committee reviewed the draft policy, gave administration some feedback, and we took it away and this here to council again. Appreciating that new council was not there. This council was not there for that discussion in September. I'll cover some of the comments in the report before highlighting the changes that were made since it last showed up at committee. The draft internal fiscal controls and reporting policy is really intended to describe council's expectations around the fiscal controls that should be maintained to ensure that municipal dollars are well managed, adequately controlled, and spent on the things that are only on the things that are approved by council. The policy also explicitly sets standards for financial reporting to ensure that there is accurate information both to council and to the public, and that happens on a regular basis. So we will go through the policy in a little bit more detail, but I just want to highlight some changes as you look at the draft to see that there are some items that are highlighted in the document. Those are changes that have happened since the September 28th review of the policy by previous council prior to the election. The changes at a high level that are incorporated in this draft are incorporating a numbering system for all the sections for easier reference so that you can refer to a section by its number and be able to find it. I've made this before. There's a better definition of the term program. Mayor Ireland had raised the fact that it was not exactly, there's a discussion about the ability to transfer monies between the programs. And there was a question from the committee about exactly what a program is, since council doesn't typically approve budgeted program level. So that's better defined in terms of that in the policy. There was a note that there's some inconsistency in language. In most cases, we're talking about the ability of administration to reallocate. And there was a couple spots where we had used the word redeploy. And so we changed that to reallocate to be consistent. And then there are a number of other smaller sort of housekeeping items. But at a high level, the attached policy contains a policy statement, which I think really speaks to the purpose of having this policy in place, the commitment of the municipality of Jasper to sound stewardship of financial resources. It talks about ensuring that we have effective and efficient processes and practices around our internal fiscal controls to ensure that money is spent the way that council intended, and that we be in compliance with our statutory regulations through the Municipal Government Act and generally accepted accounting principles. Without going through the document word for word, because I know the council has had this and has had an opportunity to read it, I'll highlight really what the key intents are. Section 4 speaks about the operating budget authority. And this really gets to council defining what its tolerance levels are for administration, giving administration delegated authority to manage the budget that is approved by council. 4.3 gets into the confirms rather that the budget can only be allocated on the items, 4.1, only to be spent on the items that council identifies. But 4.3 goes into identify within a year, within a budget year that has been approved by council, what flexibility does the administration have? And you can see there 4.3.1 identifies that directors or managers are responsible for managing their existing budget and can authorize reallocations within a program. So again, that definition of program is at the end. We can speak a little bit more about that, but essentially saying council has approved the budget. If you need to spend more on telephone and less on stamps, that's okay. And acknowledging that council doesn't necessarily see that, but just confirming that council is okay with those kind of transfers. So there's a program or service the municipality delivers, and within that program or service, if there's more spending on one category than another, that's okay. Directors and managers are able to do that. As we go down, 4.3.2 identifies that the Director of Finance and Administration, on the recommendation of a director, can reauthorize allocations within the department of up to 10% of the total budget approved by council, provided the reallocation doesn't affect the net operating budget. So this means that if a director of a department identifies that they need to reallocate from one program or service to another program or service, that has to be approved. So there's a check and balance in place that they don't just have that authority. They can make that request to the Director of Finance and Administration, who can review that request and approve it. So that's within the department. So in community development, if there was a need to transfer funds, and just for illustration, from the activity center operating budget, because they were under there, but they wanted to transfer them over to community outreach services because they had to be there. You know, one area was under, one area is facing additional expenses. The director could propose that to the Director of Finance and Administration, who would be able to sign off. Again, understanding that that has to happen within the approved budget envelope the council has approved. The next level of authority goes up to the CAO. That's 4.3.3, where it says that the CAO may authorize reallocations between departments of up to 10%. So using similar language, but the intent there is to say, okay, so if there was a need to reallocate between operations and into community development or vice versa, that would have to be authorized by the CAO. So within a program, the manager or director can approve that. Between departments, so from director to director, needs to be approved by the Director of Finance and Administration. Sorry, excuse me, I confused the issue for you there, Council. Sorry, my apologies. The director can reauthorize, the Director of Finance and Administration can authorize the redeployment or reallocation of funds within a department from program to program. If there's a need or a desire to transfer funds from one department to another, that needs to be approved by the CAO. Sorry, Council, I went complicated the issue. But you can see how from 4.3.1 to 4.2.2 to 4.3.3, there's an increasing level of authority that needs to be sought in order to manage it. So it really means that our directors, our managers can manage their programs. If there's a need to go from one part of a department to another part of that same department, the director can make that request. There is somebody who oversees that, the Director of Finance Administration. If there is a desire or a request on the operating side to transfer funds between departments, that's ultimately the CAO's responsibility. And in each case, there is that commitment that the reallocation will not cause an increase in the net operating budget for the municipality. So there's no situation where administration can spend more than the total amount of budget that's approved by council. The next area is around capital budget, and really has a similarly increasing scale. and identifies the opportunity, the flexibility for administration to, in 5.4, to authorize for manager, to authorize additional expenditure of up to 10% on a capital project. It identifies that the Director of Finance Administration must be notified of that expenditure, and that they are authorized to pay that excess per site, provided the number of conditions that are listed at 5.5.1 to 5.5.4. There are a number of other items that the council can see. It also talks about how capital projects will be closed off. So identifies that when the project sponsor, or the manager or director who've been closely associated with running the capital project, when they notify the Director of Finance, the project is complete, the project goes off. If there is a capital project that we haven't received notification that's complete, but there's less than 5% of the budget remaining or no activity for a period of 12 months, so essentially the project has not moved forward or is substantially complete, which is something that goes off, the Director of Finance and administration can close it in discussion with the related staff. And then if there are capital projects that have had no expenditures within 18 months of approval, they will be closed. And so this really speaks to, if we as administration are making requests and recommendations to council for capital items, and we're not able to deliver on that capital item within 18 months, then that capital item should be closed. Those funds should be, if there are funds secured for it, they should return to the general budget, so council can choose to reallocate that to some other item. So this really ensures that there is that accountability cycle. If administration has requested something, we are responsible for completing it within 18 months, or at least moving on within 18 months. If we don't, then that commitment is when it comes back to the general budget for council to consider reallocation. Section 6 discusses financial reporting standards. Identifies the commitment to ensure that municipalities' financial statements are reliable and prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It also sets out 6.4, and this would be an area where council would want to confirm that the expectation is what council wants to see. 6.4 speaks to the financial reports and fiscal updates that would be presented to council. The frequency would be on a quarterly basis, and the bullet points there identify what would be included in those quarterly financial reports to council. It would include the annual approved budget, our year-to-date actuals, any variances from actual to approved budget, statement of expenditures paid to councillors, and a capital project status report. So council can see both on the operating side, what we're doing to what our budget was predicted to be, and on the capital side, what sort of progress we're making on the items that council has approved in the capital budget. From there, you'll see there's responsibilities. Section 7 is consistent in our policies. And then 8 is the definitions, which have been condensed to ensure that only terms that are used in this policy are in the definition section. And then, of course, that addition around the program, which means services delivered by municipal departments. So with that, Deputy Mayor Hall, I will pass over to council members for questions or discussion. The recommendation today is that the committee recommend council approve the internal fiscal controls reporting policy as presented.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Other comments or questions from council? Councillor Demota.
I really appreciate this, and it's quite concise. I'm just curious. I believe part of the initial requests involved some of the internal fiscal controls in such how credit cards and things do get used within the municipality and signing checks and all sorts of things. I know that gets into the minutia from governance. However, I think some of the intent was what kind of insurances are there that there are the proper controls internally. That's a very clear question.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councillor Demota. The policy really does speak about the municipality maintaining appropriate internal fiscal controls, and so there are a number of different ones. And some of them are appropriate to get to council level, and administration is recommending these are ones that are appropriate at council level. There may be others that might be more appropriate within the administrative policy that would be attached, because certainly these are not the only internal fiscal controls the municipality could incorporate. These are the ones that would deal with ensuring that the budget, the funds that council allocates through budget are spent the way council intended. An example of an internal fiscal control is making sure that you deal with cash in a consistent manner and a transparent manner. That's, there's recordings of transactions that are handled. That's an example of something that's not likely or necessary to be included in a council policy. And there are increasing levels of controls. We, of course, ensure that any expenditure by municipal staff is signed off by multiple levels. So, for example, I sign off on the expense reports of directors, and directors sign off on the expense reports of managers. So there is always somebody that sees an expense report, somebody of a higher position within the organization that reviews expenditures. That is an example of another internal fiscal control that we would continue to maintain. We certainly aren't proposing to change that. But it also doesn't need to be spelled out to that level of detail in the council policy. Our existing policy, B009, contains a number of other items that really are not about internal fiscal controls, they're about purchasing. And we do have a purchasing policy, and there are other financial items that administration intends to bring forward to council for consideration as we do our ongoing policy review. The discussion here, Councillor, what I think is, does this provide the right level of influence and control in comparison to the current policy statement? So if council has seen the existing B009 on our website, remembering that policies are approved by council, procedures are approved by administration. The policy that's currently on our website says that we'll have appropriate, it's one sentence, it's literally one sentence. So this provides a significant increase in the amount of specificity that the policy gets into. So council is getting more control here, where the procedure that exists is very, very detailed today. This is essentially lifting some things that are around council level fiscal controls into the policy discussion, so council has more control over that. Administration would still follow up to have administrative procedures, which would get into the nitty-gritty detail of what sort of fiscal control that we have around managing cash, around that hierarchical sign-off of expenses, those sort of things. I hope Councilor Moore, that answers some of your question. I appreciate that might have covered more than just your question.
Yeah, and forgive me for maybe not being as attentive to detail. So we have when you have here the preamble, and then we have the existing fiscal and financial controls B009 policy attached.
No, I don't believe we have the exists. Oh, sorry. Yes, we do.
Okay, so I just got a little confused that I don't know if that was going to be enhanced, or because to me it appeared that we were replacing that whole thing, because I did want to ask if some of the wording and the structure of the procedures are going to get changed.
So we are proposing to replace the B009 policy that exists, that is attached. We would recommend that once council approves, if council approves this proposed revision, then we would follow up with administrative procedures to match the council policy. There's sort of a council is the horse, administration is the cart. Once council chooses their sort of policy direction, then administration will ensure that we have appropriate procedures to follow that direction the council sets. There are, as I said, a number of other items in the existing administrative procedure that really, I think, should be brought into other council fiscal policies. But that will be a work in progress for us.
But I want to say that I trust your direction on this. I appreciate it and sorry for the confusion. After you said it, it did clarify what you said earlier. So I'm quite comfortable with moving forward. Things do seem quite clear to me, and now that you clarified that, I would like to see the next step.
Thank you, Councillor DeVota. Councillor Waxer.
I read it and I was impressed. However, my only concern again is the word program. I think program has multiple uses. Having worked in the community development world prior, I know that there's the community dinner program and the on one scale, or the family dance program versus community outreach services, which is might be referred to also as a program. And I wonder if there's a different word that could be used that would be more specific to what's intended in this policy. And I know that one of the words we attempted was branch, in indicating sort of a bigger segment rather than program. I'm a word nerd at heart.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any other comments or questions from Council Mayor Ireland?
If I could continue first on that theme, the word program, I appreciate the definition. And so with the definition, program means department, as I understand the use of the word now. And I can accept that, except I find some difficulty then in 4.2 and 4.3.1 with the reference to manager. It seems to me that directors manage programs as defined because that's the department budget. I'm not sure that managers manage programs in that sense. So to say that no manager has authority to exceed the budget for the program becomes, I think, confusing, because I don't think, I mean, managers may manage programs within departments, but we're using program to mean department. So I think that the reference to manager could simply be removed from those particular sections of subsections. If I might continue, lots of words caught my attention here. In paragraph 3, the guiding principles, there's a reference to this directive. I presume that means this policy. In any event, staff in carrying out their duties under the procedures which have become have to follow those principles. I just wonder about the directive, because we don't issue directives very often, so I was caught by surprise. 4.3.2 again goes back to Councillor Waxer's issue with the word program. So the Director of Finance and Administration, upon recommendation of the director, may authorize reallocations within a department up to 10% of the total budget approved by council. I don't think that's what's intended. I think what's intended is up to 10% of the total budget approved by council for that program, for that department, not our total budget. That, I mean, just wordy, but I suggest that be considered. 4.3.3, the CAO may authorize reallocations between departments up to 10% of a department budget. I would think that we might want to identify whether it's 10% of the granting department or the receiving department. You can take 10% of our largest program and significantly impact our smallest program. So I'm not sure, I think we should just be clear about what we're saying. The 10% of what program are we talking about? In section 5.6, it says where the capital project is overcommitted, where a capital project is overcommitted, could be anything. And we have the word in there, concurrence of the CAO. Everywhere else, I think it's authorization or approval. I think consistency of wording might be wise. Approval is something more formal. It's probably in writing. Concurrence could be, I saw no. And then the $350,000 amount produces inequity and benefits the smaller budgeted departments. So I just question whether we should be dealing with a percent or I don't know whether a set amount is necessary in that context, but I just leave that for consideration. And finally, and I promise this will be my last comment on this matter, which I really do appreciate it. It's well crafted. I think that the definition of the word fraud might be changed to eliminate reference to personal enrichment and include a reference to misrepresentation and misappropriation in addition to the other words. So I could provide the wording, but I think fraud means any misrepresentation of factual information or any actual or attempted misuse, misappropriation, or misapplication of corporate assets or resources. Fraud is often done without actually benefiting, although there's an intent to benefit. So personal enrichment narrows the door quite a bit. And misrepresentation is part of fraud, and it's just excluded. So just a thought on wordings, but I like the format, and I really do appreciate the definitions, including the definition of program, just because I know now exactly what is meant by that word. And if we choose a different word, that's fine, but at least a defined term is beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Mr. Eden?
Thanks very much, Dr. Mural. Well, just on this, and I appreciate the challenge. I don't know that I appreciate the challenge of defining what we mean by program, because I'm not sure that, certainly at the council level, you haven't been in the practice of seeing that level of detail. We may need to change that term in the future, but certainly the intent from administration here isn't to mean that programs are municipal departments. So, for example, a municipal department delivers many programs. So there's a bit of that. It's almost like the nesting dolls. I think I used that sort of reference during the budget discussion. And so, so a department is the larger unit, and within the department there are multiple programs delivered by the department. So that is, so there are, and there may be different branches that deliver multiple programs. So there, this terminology about sort of what is the large unit, what we call small units. But I think the intent here is to identify that managers can, they have the flexibility to manage within their budget. So if somebody is responsible for the community dinner program and they spend more on chicken this year and less on rice, that's okay. Because they need to reallocate within that program. I'm not sure what else we might call that unit of service, but certainly the intent is not to have programming department, because we want to make sure that managers understand what range of authority they have to reallocate funds, right? Like they don't have that. A manager doesn't have the ability to reallocate between different, from community dinner to I'm trying to think of a program that we might have within the same department. But the intent there is to say within this service, if you spend more or less on different parts of that specific service, that's within your authority to manage. Once you start to say, well, I didn't spend very much on this service, and so I want to take and spend it on some other service. Well, there's a higher level of approval and authority oversight that needs to happen. That's the intent. I certainly would appreciate if there is a more specific and direct way to describe that unit of service. Would be happy to take any advice from council, but that was the intent behind the definition of program. It's that sort of unit of service, which, the grass mowing program, right? I think we'd all recognize that there's a unit of service there and a function that means the municipal operation of mowing the lawns. And you might spend more on fuel and less on labor for that service or function or program. But if there's a more a clear way to say that, I would appreciate that. Any advice?
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Waxer.
So may I have one other comment under 5.8? I feel like in the final paragraph there, I feel like the sentence with effect from January 2003, Jasper, for the Children's Center operates on a cash basis is kind of floating, and Children's Center isn't the normal, it doesn't fit with the division of responsibility. So,
sure.
And it's also the incorrect title.
And Deputy Mayor Hall, sorry, just to be clear, so we could have made that a little bit clearer. My apologies, council. So the draft policy that's for consideration for council today is the first document. The other documents are the existing policies that were approved, the existing policy that was approved in 2010 and the associated administrative procedure also from 2010. So we're not proposing the council is approving those existing policies. They're provided for reference so council can see what's currently on the website. You can see if the policy statement as exists today and on our website is relatively short. And there is an existing administrative procedure that's very detailed. We're not proposing at this stage that they're provided for council's reference. What we're asking council to approve, amend, or send back is the first document that has the, could have, as I said, highlighted that was the draft. So the draft is the first document, and that's the one that we're seeing this sort of amendments on.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Glota.
I could totally relate getting back to the programming and the departments. Just being a former manager in some area and going to my boss saying, I need some guidance on this. What should I do? Whatever you want to do, does it fit in your budget? Was the response. And I said, yes. What's your title? Manager. The answer was manage. So I liked having that flexibility. So I'm trying to relate my experience into that structure where you're looking at confining and defining something. I don't know what the term would be, like program section, program schedule, program area. I'm not sure. It might have to include that word in there, but if you can expand it. It's getting too much in the minutia for me. I'm not a wordy person, but I can totally relate to the desire to move in that direction.
Thank you, Councillor Glota. Mr. Gibbon, do you want to?
Yeah, I was just going to offer a thought, and thanks, Councillor. Maybe so with the definition of program. So program means the services delivered within a municipal department. So that makes that distinction that they're the things that are inside. I mean, it literally says within a. So rather than that it is just a municipal department, and makes it clear that a department would have multiple programs within it. That would be a way of adding a little more. So program means the services delivered within a municipal department. You're okay.
Councillor Waxer.
That's better. I still wonder about the programs delivering programs. But no, I think that's significantly better.
Thank you. Mayor Ireland, you put your hand up.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I appreciate that discussion and those comments in the earlier ones, Mr. Gibbons. So I confess that I interpreted program differently. I read that as meaning the collective services delivered by departments. And so what I'm hearing is that it means any of the services delivered by municipal departments. And so with that change, it is any of the services, then it is more akin to what I would normally have thought were programs delivered by the municipality. So I just want to be clear then that in terms of reallocations, managers might reallocate within a program, but not between programs. And only the director of finance can reallocate within programs.
Your worship, that's correct, on the recommendation of the appropriate director.
And there would be no ability for anyone to reallocate to a program that wasn't initially approved. We couldn't find ourselves suddenly delivering new services that have not been in any budget through a new program.
Your worship, that's correct. It's explicit that, and I think that really gets to 4.1, which says the operating budget approved by council establishes the spending authority for a program. So if a program has not shown up in the budget, then it hasn't been established by council. So the administration doesn't have the authority to create a new program or new service outside of what's approved by council.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any other comments, questions from council? Councillor Melnick.
Just for clarity, that there is no indication of any increase in any budget within these 10% reallocations. In other words, administration is managing within the approved budget up to a point where the CAO would come to council saying, we do not have enough funds in the budget and we need to allocate more. So this is allowing administration to work to deliver programming without having to come to council. Is basically what I'm reading. There's no indication here until such a point that
Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councilor Mellon, yes, that's exactly correct. The intent here, and this is the point of the fiscal controls council saying, you may not spend more money than we budgeted for. If you want to shuffle the money around within the budget we've approved, here are the levels of approval you need to go through to do that. And ultimately, the 4.3.3 is sort of the ultimate, the maximum approval that we have within our authority that we would have within administration would be the CAO approving a transfer up to 10% of a departmental budget to another department. So again, that is explicit that there's no ability to exceed the departmental budgets or exceed the amount of money that's allocated by council, just to transfer from one department to another. If there's a need, a desire, or a request to exceed the expenditures that have been approved by council, that is something that would have, by this policy, by the draft policy, would have to come to council for.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any follow-up, Councillor Melnick? Councillor Reports.
Well, Acting Deputy Mayor Paul, I appreciate the clarification on this. I thought we were moving in a direction where we were going to have to establish a department of redundancy department, but I believe now, again, that we're moving away from that. So I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reports. Councillor willing to recommend, make a recommendation? Any more questions? Mr. Given?
Thanks very much, Dr. Mural. Also, I certainly been capturing the items that have come in the discussion. My suggestion would be that committee recommend council approve the internal fiscal controls reporting policy with the amendments as discussed. And I could just highlight the amendments that I think I heard to make sure that that we're capturing what committee intended. First in section 3, in that first sentence, rather than replacing the word directive with policy. For under 4.3.2, Director of Finance Administration upon recommendation of the director may authorize reallocations between the programs within a department of up to 10% of the total program budget approved by council. So that adding in that it is transferred between a reallocation between programs within the department, and identifying that what 10% is left, I think was certainly Mayor's point. So identifying that. Down to 5.6, replacing the word the past, so where a capital project is overcommitted. And then further on there, replacing the word concurrence with approval. So being explicit that explicit approval of the CAO to make that change. And then Mayor had made a recommendation around the word fraud. I didn't capture that fully, but I think that there's a better definition of fraud. So we capture that wording before bringing it to council. And then finally around program, our discussion there. So it would be program means any of the services delivered within municipal departments. So those are the changes, the amendments that I've heard. If those were correct, then the committee could recommend council approve the policy as amended, capturing those amendments. If there's a misheard, by all means, let's capture those, or if there's something else, but the administrative recommendation would be to forward this on to council and we'll process those amendments before we show up there.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Was there anything else that we want to change the wording? Was anything there, Ireland?
I appreciate the thoroughness with which Mr. Given went through this. The only thing outstanding from my perspective, and I remain unclear in my own mind about the best way to go, but 5.6 deals with increases to capital funding and sets a limit of $350,000 that could come from reserves or other sources when a capital project is overcommitted. But $350,000 would be a small amount if it relates to the capital program for the activity center renovations. But it would be significant if it was with respect to, say, the slide. And so I just don't know whether the number helps. It gives a limit, and that is certainly important for the Director of Finance and Administration, but I just query whether there is an approach that might have both a monetary limit and a percentage limit. So a percentage not exceeding in any event $350,000 or something like that. It just seems to me that we should not set anyone up for the possibility of potentially doubling a budgeted amount in the capital budget. That doesn't seem to be what we're intending to do, but I worry about the wording in that section.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Are you a percent of potentially the actual overall budget of that capital project? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, that's what I have in mind. So if you have a $900,000 capital budget, a $350,000 increase is a third of that, which is maybe not the percentage we have in mind. So I don't have an answer, I just have a question.
Mr. Gibbon, and then Councillor Miller.
I appreciate you raising that, Your Worship, and so I wonder if this might work. And so I'll sort of skip a bunch of that, but if we said, provided the original scope of the project is not exceeded, so we have to be building the same thing. We can't decide to add new things. And that the required funds are up to 10% of the approved project budget, subject to any increase not being in excess of $350,000. I might refine that a little bit, but I think that says, you know, on a project, the maximum that we do is 10% of the approved project budget. But when we start to deal with real dollars, you need to come to council for approval, right? Like, so we can refine that and present it. We would have that in the amendments. I appreciate what you're saying. We did have in the previous version, we had both a percentage and a dollar value. And there was a discussion about whether we should have both in there. I think in this instance, it probably is important to have both. Administration had removed them based on that discussion from the committee last time. But we'll try that because it does include that intent to say, okay, well, you can make an addition if you're not changing the project scope and you found that it's a bit more expensive than you thought, you can spend up to 10% more. But if we're talking about large projects where it is a really significant amount of money, it is up to council to decide what is a significant amount of money. You know, is it $100,000, $50,000, $350,000? That's why this is in the policy. 5.7 that starts, you know, says if it's over this amount that the council, this threshold, the council decided is significant, then you need to come to council for additional approval. And that's really where administration takes your direction on. Is it $350,000? Is that the types of over expenditures on capital items that you'd like to see? Is it $5? You know, I'd be, you know, a bit rhetorical there, but you know, the point is to say, what's the right amount? Appreciate the point about the percentage, and so I think we can incorporate it using that language. Council may still wish to decide whether 350 is the right amount.
Go ahead, Mayor Ireland.
Yeah, thank you for that. I concur. I think the wording would be the lesser of some stated percent. I'm not sure that it would be 10%, but whatever the appropriate percent is, but it would be the lesser of 10% of the originally budgeted amount, or we'll tap $350,000. You can never exceed the lower of those.
Thank you. Councillor Dakota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I appreciate that question, and you know, after listening to the discussion on it, you know, I was forgot about the microphone. Thank you. My voice is loud enough in my own head. Never mind. I hate imposing that on other people. I appreciate the question being brought up because, you know, to what extent does that, you know, engage council in the micromanagement, and to what extent does that expose, you know, departments to maybe having a little bit too much authority on an overall project? So finding the balance there, I think is a good process, but I'm not sure the exact wording of the scenario would put everybody, set everybody up for success. I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Councillor Dakota. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and through you to Mr. Gibbon. The wording that Mayor Ireland suggested, the lesser of, probably gives enough parameters, because in a project, if you are going to be over, you'll know well ahead that you will be over and you'll bring it to council. And that seems to be reasonable to allow administration to continue a project and still have time to get additional approval. So I support that that verbiage, because I think the intent is to keep capital projects moving, but recognizing as soon as possible when there may be a necessity for an overspend.
Thank you, Councillor Hellenick. Are there any other comments, questions? Council Mayor Ireland.
In the absence of other comments, I will make a motion that committee recommend that council approve the internal fiscal control and reporting policy subject to the amendments discussed today.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Open the floor to you, any debate. I see no hands. There is a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? And that is approved. I am seeing we're at 12:05, moving on to 7.2. Do we need to call a lunch break first, or shall we get through? What do we think, Council? Councillor Lota?
Well, it depends on how fast we can go
Should
on the next one.
we get through, should we go at 50 or at 30? How fast should we go through the next?
I'd say we put a governor on it, get through it as fast as we can.
Okay. Let's move on to 7.2. Then we will break after that. Okay, perfect. Moving on to item 7.2, speed limits. I'll pass it over to Mr. David.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. So this item, I think would be relatively brief. Ms. Vaughn is here, and Mr. Greathead is also available on Zoom. But essentially, this is amendments as required to the traffic bylaw number 195, to enact the direction that council has given administration to bring forward amendments to reduce the speed limits within municipal boundaries to 30 kilometers an hour. So this, you'll see the bylaw attached. I believe it's a marked up version that shows where the changes are on page 46 of your package under 5.3. That identifies that the speed limits on all roadways in the town shall be 30 kilometers per hour, except as listed in Schedule B. And scroll on to Schedule B, which is quite a ways down the package, page number 65. And this shows a listing of areas where the speed limit is 50 kilometers an hour. So it's sort of, previously we had identified areas that were 30 kilometers an hour, and now where all areas are 30 kilometers an hour, and the 50 kilometers are the exception. You can see the list has changed substantially there. But it does identify that on Connaught Drive, from the south town site boundary to the start of Carson GA, would remain 50 kilometers an hour. So essentially providing transition zones as people come in off the highway into the town site, that they would be at 50 kilometers an hour, and then before getting to the 30 kilometer hour zone. So it would be the balance of this. I don't know if there's anything else that Ms. Dawn wanted to add, but pretty simple textual amendments that would essentially enact council's direction to make those changes to the bylaw. So the bylaw is here for your consideration. If you're satisfied that this affects the change that council is looking to do, committee could recommend this forward to council for approval, where we would do it under 3 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Council? Councillor Moda.
Well, I know there's a sign at the south entrance of town that really wants us to be 30, because since the construction's been removed, it still remains there, even though there's a 50 sign over, it starts flashing at 31. So I'm okay with keeping it that way for now. One thing that I do want to ask administration through you, Deputy Mayor, is that from this overall idea of going to 30, is there an opportunity for less signage now, that we don't have to open and close sections within the community?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, Ms. Dillon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Councillor Demoda. Absolutely. The posting of the speed limit at the entrances of town would effectively cover the entire town. Having that said, the operations department is in the best position to determine practically what that looks like, specifically, I would imagine around school zones and playgrounds. But yes, the intent would be that the signage would be greatly reduced.
I'm all for that too.
Thank you. More questions or comments from council? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to Ms. Nadon. I thank you for the information that you sent regarding the need for clarity from the National Safety Code or from the province regarding driver training. If we go ahead with this and pass this particular or recommend passing this particular bylaw change, we have no indication how long it'll be before we'll hear back or know whether we could be putting in jeopardy driver training.
Deputy Mayor Hall, through the Councillor Melnick, I think if the change was to go forward, we would notify our contacts at the Department of Transportation and leave it in their hands from there. It's been, getting information on this item has been a bit challenging, and we weren't able to confirm whether or not a change would be effected, and getting an inspector to come out and do an assessment on behalf of the Department of Transportation is where that would lie. And at this time, we don't have an indication of what would materialize from that decision.
Thank you, Ms. Nadon.
Thank you.
Councillor Melnick. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I appreciate the work that's gone into this and some of the outstanding matters that have delayed it. So it's now before us. And reading it thoroughly, this is a long bylaw. It is a traffic safety bylaw. And when I look at penalty section, I wonder whether safety is sufficiently addressed in penalties. It's odd that under this bylaw, this is an unspecified offense. It falls under either 5.1, failing to obey a sign, or potentially 5.3, which sets the speed limit but doesn't actually say it's an offense to not obey the speed limit. So it's an unspecified offense with a $65 fine. And if we're going to reduce the speed limit, I wonder whether we should at the same time increase the stated penalty. I compare it to, for example, leaving a horse unattended, which nets $150 fine, or applying an engine retarder brake can net you a $200 fine. And yet that might, in fact, enhance safety in some circumstances. So it just seems to me that if we're dealing with speed limits and we're doing it because it is a safety matter and it falls under the Traffic Safety Act, whether we might consider that an increase to the penalty for unspecified offenses might be warranted. In provincial legislation, fines are dependent on the amount by which you exceed the speed limit. I'm not suggesting that we necessarily have to go to that degree, but we could mimic provincial legislation in that respect. But in any event, we could better reflect the safety aspect of this whole issue by taking a look at the penalty.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Hall. Mayor Ireland's really hit on something that this is a comprehensive bylaw that covers a number of different areas. Administration had a discussion about this, about how many things should we change in this bylaw? Should we create an amending bylaw? And then we'd have an amending bylaw on our website and the existing bylaw, which people would have to cross-reference. So we're really taking a view. We understand that there are other things like horses that we may not need to regulate the same way because we have in the past, or there may be other penalties that we might wish to address. The intent today was to bring forward the simple textual amendments to really enact that 30 kilometers an hour. We appreciate that the traffic bylaw needs some work, as many of our bylaws do, and we don't want to see it as a set it and forget it. We would make this one change and then never come back to the council. I think administration would acknowledge there's other work that needs to happen on this bylaw. And so, Your Worship, that would be one of the things that we could address in a future revision. I think that there are probably some discussions around the entire penalties section, and whether, you know, failure to trim trees, hedges, or shrubs on the direction of the CAO is an appropriate thing for your traffic bylaw. I mean, I appreciate there's some tension there around, you know, around signage and everything else, but you know, there's a lot of interesting and funny examples of the penalties, and there are other things that I think administration would like to address in the bylaw. We would see coming back to council with future revisions rather than just this one revision. But the intent of today is to be able to act on council's direction to reduce things. That's why the changes and proposed amendments are very narrow.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Councillor Devota.
Well, and the other thing that, you know, I'd like to consider, thank you, Deputy Mayor, is, you know, the messaging and the communication. Obviously, this is going to get out to some people in the community through media and our website. But, you know, again, it's about, you know, adapting to the changes and what are the social ramifications of that. And, you know, looking at the penalties, how and who's going to enforce, right? We know who has the authority, and you know, going forward, are we going to work with our local detachment into, you know, at least helping us take the next step into the social acceptance of the change. We know we've had some difficulties with paid parking and communication that way, and hopefully we've learned a little bit and maybe grow out of that and work towards some collaborative effort to make this, you know, our new reality.
Thank you, Councillor Devota. See no other hands, comments or questions from council? Councillor Wilson. I think maybe the internet is better in the Charlotte Court than Costa Rica. I think he's frozen. Does anybody else have anything they want to add or ask? Questions, or do I have somebody who's willing to make this motion?
I assume that Councillor Wilson was attempting to make the motion.
Was he?
And he's back now, and if he can hear us, we could not hear him, but if he wants to try again, he seems to be back.
Yeah, I think it was my my earphone, so I'm pretty sure you can hear me now. Actually, I wasn't attempting to make the motion just yet, but I would definitely be willing to. My question really actually was to Mayor Ireland's comment about fines, etc. And I guess, are we actually are we able to, as a municipality, fine somebody for speeding? I don't think our bylaw our bylaw officers are allowed to enforce that item, I don't think.
I mean,
Yeah, now Mayor Ireland.
you are accurate, Councillor Wilson, that our bylaw officers are not authorized for moving offenses to enforce that, but our bylaw is still valid and can be enforced by the RCMP. And so we can set a penalty, but we rely on the RCMP for enforcement of moving violations.
Okay, so I would suggest that we strike it completely, because $65 is not enough, and who are we to set that rate? Maybe the RCMP, you know, I think the speeding fine is going to be in excess of, but they most likely have a scale for that already. So do we need to set that fine?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Anybody wish to speak to that, or we Councillor Demota?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Through you to Mr. Given, is there an opportunity to perhaps get some more information on authority and scaling if we don't have that?
Deputy Mayor Hall, Councillor Demota, I think his worship is correct. So anything that we put in our bylaw, we can write a ticket for. So so our bylaw officers have full authority to enforce any bylaw that's been approved by council. Can't be contradictory to provincial laws, so we can't decide that Jasper has a different law than the province of Alberta, but we do have authority. So this is for within our current span of control for our enforcement.
Councillor Demota?
I think that we-
Mayor Ireland?
At the risk of going too far, my view is that if our bylaw is enforced by the RCMP, they will be enforcing the contravention of the bylaw, not the highway traffic act for the province. And so the graduated list of fines under provincial legislation is not available. They would, if they choose to enforce a speeding limit set in the municipal bylaw, they would have to ticket it on the basis of what the bylaw provides. So, I mean, I'm content because I know this bylaw is going to come back to us for revision, so if we just leave it at 65, it's not the worst case scenario because we will revisit this, but it's just something to be aware of, particularly because we are doing this as a safety measure. And so I think it enhances our message by increasing the fine, but not so long. We'll come back to this soon enough. I think. Seems to be a revolving.
Thank you, Mayor. And then Councillor Demota?
Thank you for that. And then the other thing too, just on what Mr. Given is the information he's given us, we might have the authority for our bylaw to ticket. However, is that within the job scope and what they're able to do and what they're qualified for as well? So that's a different thing down the road to discuss. But there are some trickle effects to this revolving issue.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Mayor Ireland?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry,
Councillor
Councillor
Wilson.
Wilson, did he want to get in there and make the motion? I will prefer.
Councillor Wilson?
Beat me to it. No, I would say if there was nothing further from council, I would be willing to make the motion that the committee recommend to council to approve changes to the traffic bylaw as presented. And with the, of course, the attached councilwide speed limit options number 1.
Do you want to read? Did you get that? Okay, perfect. There is, Councillor Wilson has made a direction to us. Is there any debate or anything else to add? I see no hands. I also do support this speed limit change. I also do know that just in my, since this has come up and doing a bunch of just online research, I think it's important that we also consider why people slow down and what makes them slow down, and boulevards and their trees, cyclists, animals. I know there's a reason it feels like I'm going faster going 50 on Cannot Drive as opposed to Bonham Streets because it's tighter and narrower and just moving. I mean, again, I support this. I support a slower speed in our town, and I just want to keep that in everyone's minds. Reasons why people slow down, and we can maybe make it a little bit easier to sell to our public when it's easy to slow down. Excellent. Mayor Ireland.
If I may, I'd just like to propose a minor, but I think important, friendly amendment to the motion. Councillor Wilson read the recommendation as it is presented in the agenda, and it's missing the word safety. It is the traffic safety bylaw, not the traffic bylaw. And again, I emphasize that we have approached this always from that perspective, and it's an important word to include in the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Wilson, you'll accept that amendment?
Oh, yeah, sorry, it was unmuted already. Yeah, I definitely accept that amendment, and just as, if I may, a quick closing. Mayor Ireland had spoke to the fact that if we are opening up this traffic safety bylaw, let's amend more than, or let's amend more than just the speed limits, and I definitely agree to that. I feel it's been a bit of a struggle to get here, just with the speed limits, and I think if we clear that off our plates, I'd like to see the traffic safety bylaw come back, revisit it in the near future to discuss bike lanes, to discuss bike safety, to discuss usage of sidewalks for bikes in the winter. And you know, I was just opposed to tackling that at the same time as the speed limits, and I think we should get speed limits off our plate and then revisit Mayor Ireland's suggestion in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I see no other hands. There's a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed, and that is carried. We are now at 12:25. Is this an appropriate time for a lunch break? Yes, I see nodding heads. I will call a break at 12:25 to resume at 1. Is that enough time here, or do we go longer when we're 1 o'clock?
No, I think
Longer? Okay.
even 1:30 maybe.
1:30? Okay. We will take a break from 12:25 and we will resume at 1:30. Right. Welcome back from lunch. We will dive right into it and get to item 7.3, legislative committee terms of reference.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Gibbon.
Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. So this item was referred by the last committee of the whole meeting where we sort of ran out of time. So the committee chose to refer here. Also noticing that Mayor Ireland wasn't in attendance at the last committee of the whole meeting. I think the desire from council was to have as many council members in attendance as possible, and certainly the mayor, since he's currently a member of the legislative committee. So the recommendation contained in the report from administration is that committee recommend council approve the legislative committee terms of reference as presented. And I'll cover a little bit of the background before we discuss the terms of reference itself. Council does have an existing legislative committee, as you know. There were appointments made to that committee at the organizational meeting. The committee was first formed in 2019, but doesn't appear to have been as a result of motion of council at a formal meeting. I think it was established to council in more of an ad hoc manner. And does not have a currently approved terms of reference that define the role of the committee or how the committee operates. The attached document really refers to the idea of the legislative committee focusing its work and efforts on procedure bylaw, bylaw 190. The procedure bylaw is really the one that states how council governs, and it covers everything from the structure of meetings to the structure of council and committee agendas, how motions are made, standing committees of council, and many other items. The procedure bylaw as it currently exists was originally adopted in 2016, and since that time, we start to see some inconsistencies with how council operates today. There are a number of outdated references, including references to committees that have ceased to exist. And I think it's fair to say that since 2016, the state of municipal best practices has likely evolved. Also, there's a number of areas where provincial legislation has changed, or the use of technology may need to be considered in how council governs. So for all those reasons, administration is recommending that bylaw 190 might be an appropriate focus for the legislative committee, given its level of importance and the fact that it does deal with how council governs. There are other ways to review that bylaw. We could do it through any of our other processes, but considering how much it impacts council, it seems appropriate that it would be council directing that work rather than undertake the administrative review of that bylaw. And the legislative committee seemed to be an appropriate vehicle to undertake that work. At a high level, as proposed in the attached draft terms of reference, the legislative committee would function as a regular committee of council. It would be regularly supported by administration, and it would establish a regular meeting schedule. So transition to the proposed terms of reference. And again, knowing that this has previously been on the council agenda, we'll go through in excessive detail. Just to highlight that under section 1, the purpose and responsibilities of the committee, define what is this committee for. And again, with the focus on that review of bylaw 190, which would include researching, identifying, and recommending governance best practices from other municipalities. But it also does leave, the purpose of the committee does leave the opportunity for council to refer other policies, bylaws, or matters to the legislature. So just to be clear, this doesn't hem in the committee to dealing with only the procedure bylaw. It does allow council to refer other matters, but again, there would be a more clear and direct referral of matters to the committee for its consideration. Membership is consistent with how the committee is currently operating as appointed at the organizational meeting. And a number of the other points in the terms of reference really are standard that defines what quorum and voting looks like. There's a section 4 around meetings and minutes. You'll note there are variables there. Administration is for council's consideration. Putting in the committee would be at 9 a.m. on the first Tuesday of the month. So this would be the first Tuesday of the month is also a regular council meeting day. So that morning that has been freed up by council meetings starting at 1:30 would leave some space for the legislative committee meeting. There is a 4.2 expresses a limitation on the amount of time the committee would need. Except that there's the opportunity for committee members to extend that meeting time. And this is consistent with the approach in our procedure bylaw and other areas where there's the 4-hour limitation on council meetings. And so council members are familiar with that process where an additional motion is made and meeting just continues. So the intent, I think, of having that kind of limitation in the terms of reference is really just to establish what the standard expectations would be. Of course, if the discussion goes somewhere that the committee would need more time, the ability to extend. This also sets out that the meeting would be a public meeting, very similar to a committee of the whole meeting or another meeting of council. Notice of the meetings would be provided to the public. Agendas would be prepared and published on the website along with the same sort of schedule that we do with committee of the whole and council. And it also identifies that the committee would be supported by the CAO or designate and the legislative services coordinator, just to ensure again that any work that may be identified by the committee is tracked and followed up on. There is a challenge and a risk if the committee is operating without administrative support. There may be tasks the committee requires to be done that may not be cycled into administration that will be tracked and followed up on. Finally, section 6 identifies what the reporting relationship is. So the committee's advisory to council doesn't have decision-making authority, much like committee of the whole. So committee of the whole can direct administration to do a certain amount of work, but ultimately if there's a decision to be made, that decision goes to the council. That would be the same with the legislative committee. And so that's so much of a process where the committee would essentially do the work. And then when the committee is satisfied that they have a product that would like to take forward to council or a decision that needs to be made, the legislative committee would refer a matter to a regular council meeting. So that's here for council discussion. Obviously, this is established in terms of reference like this is the council's domain. And so if there are amendments that you'd like to see, we have some alternatives. You could direct administration, provide some discussion and direct administration to take it away, make amendments and bring it back to committee of the whole for a second viewing. Or if you're generally satisfied and committee wish to advance this while still making amendments, you could, as we did with the other policy P009, you could propose those amendments and direct administration to bring forward a revised legislative committee terms of reference to the next council meeting. With that, Deputy Mayor Hall, that's all I have for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Questions, comments from council? I have a question. They're public meetings, but they're not going to be recorded like this or set up like this?
I think that's an open question. I think it would be up to council to decide that. It doesn't identify where the meetings would be held or what sort of technology would be held on. So I think that that's flexible. I think the intent is that the agendas would be publicly produced and available to all members of council, committee members, and council members who may not be on the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Dakota?
I'm still a little gray on public meetings and exactly what that means. So if we have to meet in public, because I know for HR meetings and other things like that, we might record minutes and things, and if those are available to the general public afterwards, then is that considered a public meeting? You know, I think to expedite things, it might hinder the process if there was an actual public viewing, if we were meeting in public or setting things up on Zoom. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing it out there. And in your absence, Mr. Mayor, I was questioning the designation of the times in under number 4 meetings and minutes, whether it was necessary to have that 9 o'clock start or just have a decided upon time, maybe for the first Tuesday of the month. I'm not sure if that needs to be exact either. And then if it's going to be 1.5 hours, then I would suggest if we're going to set time, maybe consider an 11 a.m. So those are just my thoughts for action.
Thank you, Councillor Dakota. Any other comments from council? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I too was intrigued by section 4.1, but perhaps for different reasons. So this committee will be assisted by administration, so I can understand a desire to have some scheduled regularity to meetings. Tuesdays make some sense because it is a day in which council members have already committed to be available, whether it's 9 o'clock on first Tuesdays or some other time. I certainly think that's open to discussion. But what arose in my mind is what the expectation may be with respect to council remuneration. So typically, if we have a intergovernmental committee which consists of all of council, we do that on the Tuesday because councillors are already committed and there's not an extra cost to the municipality. However, this is a committee that does not include all of council, and so it's more like, at least for the time being, an appointment to the museum, which happens to sit on Tuesdays, but there's only one councillor assigned and they are entitled to remuneration for that day. So whether councillors are or are not entitled to remuneration for attending on Tuesday, I think is something that we should understand now before we commit to the schedule. I did get a chance to look at section 17 of the procedure bylaw, but I presume that that addresses the question of whether or not meetings can be electronic. I think that any committee meeting, committee of council meeting is required to be public. So to say that it's public just recognizes the reality, but that doesn't mean that necessarily at least that people would zoom in. I can't imagine us entertaining presentations very often, but it could be there. And as for the purpose and responsibilities, I agree. I think a good starting point is bylaw number 190, but 1.1.2 allows the committee to self-identify governance best practices, which could be any number of bylaws, which we do or do not have. So I think the workload will be certainly there if the members of the committee wish to make this up. So generally speaking, I'd say let's deal with what Tuesday means. And then finally, item 4.6 it seems to me that the committee at some point is the proper body to approve or adopt minutes of its previous meeting, and then it should be attached to a council agenda at some point. But I'm not sure whether adoption means approval in this context or just becomes part of the public record. But adoption means approval. It's difficult for people who weren't at a meeting to approve minutes of the meeting that were held. So I just wonder whether that wording can be clarified. Otherwise, it's exciting to have terms of reference for a legislative committee, and I think it's a committee that can do a tremendous amount of good work for the benefit of council, and ultimately for the benefit of the community.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland.
Do you have any?
I'm also very excited to be on this committee. As far as a set time each month, I work best that way, if it can be scheduled. Everything else I think you've said, and did you want to add anything being on this committee?
Well, I mean, assuming that you're always going to be on the committee, I mean, it might work, yeah, for you for this portion of the term. Oh, thank you for acknowledging me, Madam Chair. I just, I think the hard lines, I think should be up to council to this, or to the committee to decide. Now, addressing the term adopting may be received as information, could be worked in there as wording. Now, as far as remuneration goes, my point of view is if I have to give up work, or I have the opportunity to work, take a shift doing something, whether I work breakfast or you know, I can be scheduled elsewhere, to do that on, you know, an open Tuesday is the same as at nighttime. If I a lot of the times, some people might not work at nighttime, but they have family obligations that they have to give up. So I think we should be compensated for that. You know, granted, again, it's not always going to be the same counselors in the same position. So I think in a similar manner that, you know, we have provided daycare, you know, compensation for people that have to take advantage of that for those extra meetings. I think there could be some gray lines in there when it comes to counselors attending on that Tuesday or not. So if it's an official start time, I can see that it becomes part of the thing, part of the work, but that wasn't considered at the beginning. Just arguing on.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I think for me personally, it doesn't really matter the time or day. I just like a set once a month schedule. It makes it easier for my life, I would assume for most people's lives. But I didn't really think about the point that not all councillors are going to be at this committee meeting. So compensation might be something we could discuss. I'm not really sure. I've always kind of thought of Tuesdays as just my council day, but that is a good point. I didn't think about that. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. We have here the committee being three, being quorum, and the mayor's on the committee. We recently had a Human Resources Committee meeting where one of the members could not attend, and without the ex officio mayor coming, we would have not been able to vote. And I'm wondering if we should appoint an alternate since the mayor is on the committee, or that it may be assumed that the deputy mayor will become the alternate in the event that one of the other members can't attend. I think it would just be a shame if you met and you would, you know, end up having a discussion, and if you have two opposing views, then the discussion becomes a moot point.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Raising? No. Go ahead, Councillor Demota.
I
Yes.
just wanted to say, if we had like team chess, I want him on my team. Good backup. So I think it's definitely worth, that's a really great observation and worth considering. I think it should be you know, part of our design.
Thank you, Councillor Dakota. Other comments or, Mr. Gibbon?
Just on this question of membership, I wonder, and this might be, I'm not sure if this is a question, this is a question to all of council. The mayor may have a view on this in particular, but you know, is it assumed that the mayor would always be a member of this committee? Because if that was the case, then membership could reflect saying something along the lines of legislative committee shall have a membership of two councillors and the mayor. Two councillors as appointed the organizational meeting and the mayor, and then you've got a sub sort of saying in the mayor's absence, the deputy mayor shall feel it. Well, I don't know that you even need to say that. My major question is it assumed that the mayor, it would always be the mayor and two councillors? I don't, certainly council can discuss that. I don't know if that's the intent you're discussing, but if we said that the mayor was always on this committee, then whenever the mayor was not there, then the deputy mayor would fill in that role. That would be one way of addressing this membership issue.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Unless the deputy mayor was already on the committee, and then there'd have to be an alternate.
True.
So 4 months out of the year,
Yeah.
that could pose an issue. Anyone else have any ideas or? Mayor Ireland.
It is a good point raised by Councillor Melnick. But I suppose the membership section could just be reworded to say a membership of 3 members of council as appointed plus 1 alternate. Would that necessarily always solve it? I'm not sure it would be a step in the right direction. Right? And then that appointment obviously didn't happen at the organizational meeting, so we'll have to structure that appointment. I do see that the validity of the point raised by Councillor Mack.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Any other ideas or comments? Council? Councillor Dakota.
Okay. 6.2, reporting and reporting relationship. 6.2, how about the committee will recommend items to council for future consideration? Or as information for future consideration. Because then there's no approval or adoption.
Mayor Ireland.
I am content with the wording as it is. Otherwise, it, I think, could become circular. There is a real opportunity here for council to refer matters to the committee. And when they do that, I think council will be hoping that the committee delves into the issue and comes back with a recommendation, not with, well, we talked about it, now it's your turn. Because if it's that, then we lose the opportunity to have a smaller group dig in deeply on any particular issue. So if the committee can come up with a recommendation, then I think they should. Council can still, of course, debate it, but the intent, I think, is to offload some of the work from council to a designated committee to help the entire process. So I'm comfortable with the wording the way it is in 6.2.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Are there any other comments or questions, or do I, the councillor, willing to move this forward? Mayor Ireland.
In the absence of other concerns raised by councillors, I'm prepared to make a motion that council recommend, or pardon me, committee recommend council approve the legislative committee terms of reference as amended during today's discussion. But I say that, and that can be the extent of the motion, but I think we should vote on that motion with an understanding as to what a Tuesday meeting will mean for those members of the committee. As I said previously, I think this then becomes a commitment arising from appointment to a committee and therefore eligible for remuneration under a policy other than a commitment as a councillor general. So it would be my understanding that if we approve it, that is the common understanding. So if there's an issue on that, we probably should discuss it now, but that would be my.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'll open to debate or further comments for this motion. I see no hand. Councillor Dwada?
Yeah, just for further clarification on the mayor's motion regarding the start times on the executives that we're going to address that right now. How about that on agreed upon time on the first Tuesday of the month? Meeting shall not exceed 1.5 hours.
If we're into horse trading.
Yeah, we're spitballing.
Yeah, what about 10 o'clock? I mean, if it's an hour and a half, it can be done by 11. First Tuesday means a 1:30 meeting, at least so long as we continue with that schedule. And that's always subject to change, right? So
Yeah,
everything has to have a degree of flexibility, but a bit of certainty for staff as well, so they can be prepared to assist this committee at a specified time. I think that's important. Anytime on a first Tuesday in the morning is fine by me, but 10 would be better than 9 from my perspective, but 9:30 would be fine too. So it doesn't matter to me. So if you want to make a friendly amendment, but I think I would prefer a time not to be determined.
I prefer a time not to be determined. Because if we're gonna horse trade, I was gonna go 10:30, because then we go to noon, no max after that, and then that gives administration time for lunch and prepare for the action. But that could be for future consideration. I'd like to try, and if it doesn't work, then we set a time. So I'm up to leaving it to the committee will meet on the first Tuesday of the month. At agreed upon time. It's a friendly amendment. You can adjust it to however you want.
Mr. Gibbon?
If I can, for Councillor Wood, when would you imagine agreeing upon the time? Would you agree upon the time of the next council meeting before adopting the terms of reference? Or would you agree upon the time at the end of each meeting to decide what time the next meeting would happen? Or would you agree upon, because there is the practical matter of administration needing to publish the agenda, need to say what time. So at minimum, we need to know the Friday, the Wednesday before. So I think administration will work with whatever direction council sends. It's just, we would need to know when council would intend to define what the time is. If it's not specifically identified in the terms of reference.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. I also would wonder what would happen if we went over 1.5 hours and we were really going for it and had a great discussion happening. With 9:30, is that too early? That's normally what meetings would be starting at. That gives us time to go over. Councillor Wilson?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would suggest to appease both party or all opinions at 10 o'clock or a time agreed upon by council. So 10 o'clock is the set time. Now, if Councillor Demoto would like to suggest that, oh, well, let's meet at 8:30 because we got a bunch more stuff to get through, then, you know, you can agree upon that. But set the time, 10 o'clock, 10:30, 9 o'clock, whatever time you feel is going to work for this. But you have the flexibility to agree upon another time as discussed with board members, committee members.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Demoto.
Okay, having heard that, I think we've had less discussion on $11 million budgets. So I propose 10:30 as a start time. Trust me, that number will come in handy down the road from experience.
Thank you, Councillor Demoto.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
We have a motion on the table with the friendly amendment. Everybody understands what's before us? Okay, I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. That is carried. Moving on to agenda item 7.4, transfers to reserves, the 2021 fiscal year. That's to Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Mayor Hall. I believe Ms. Malinchuk is with us on Zoom. I will certainly allow her to cover the details of this, but for the purpose of our municipal audit, administration is recommending the council approve a year-end transfer of reserves in the amount of $128,851.62. Ms. Malinchuk can speak to the transactions that are here, but essentially we need to close off the books for the 2021 year. There is this lot of surplus there that is still subject to change pending results of the audit, so that the surplus in the year end is done until the auditors are done with us. But there are a number of transactions that administration can see needing to be completed before we close off the books for 2021. I can, at a high level, you see them contained in the report. There was a motion to allocate $70,000 from reserves to emergency management and protective services. This was related to ESS and emergency planning. Essentially, the council said, put this money into reserves, operate the way you need to operate, and if you need the money, come and tell us. So we're telling you now that we did have to spend some of that money, approximately $17,000. So we're saying we did need that money, so that's sort of an out of that reserve. We have a surplus with respect to global employee wages that we had under the amount of wages that we expected to spend in 2021. And so there's about $93,000 there that we would like to put into the reserve. And we had an unexpected benefit in that our rebate from WCB for our health and safety record was higher than expected. So those were unbudgeted funds. So we essentially have some unbudgeted funds that came from our safety performance. We didn't spend as much on staffing as we expected, but we did need to use some of the monies for emergency planning. And so the net of all of those is that $128,000. And that's what we're $120,000 in surplus. And that's what we're recommending that council approve the transfer of those unexpended funds into reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Any comments from council or questions? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just for clarification, the $18,000 received from WCP, that's based on the improved frequency and severity numbers. In other words, we had less accidents over a period of over a period of a 3-year time. And so these reflect savings from 2019, 18, and 17 overpayments, or savings from that period.
Councilor Melnick, you're correct in that this rebate is reflective of our safety performance. And so we essentially get a rebate on premiums previously paid. I'm confident speaking to the years that it applies to. But essentially, yes, our safety performance and our safety record showed a history of a reduced claims activity, and that I think was different than the industry average, and that improved safety performance allowed us to regain some of our premiums that we paid previously.
And through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given, the intention is to commit it for training in a health and safety restricted reserve. Do we have a reserve like that already set up?
Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councillor Melnick, yes, we do have a reserve for the health and safety area. The point of restricted is that it would be restricted. So this $18,000 that was received in a rebate for safety performance would be available to really reinvest into our safety performance and reinvest into our employee training. I will just say as well that with these transfers, we had a discussion about reserve policy, and it's not lost on administration. We still need to come forward to council over the course of this year with some discussion on reserve policies. As we're discussing B009 and financial policies, that's another area that we see we need to do some more work on, and defining the purpose of different reserves and making those clear to council is something we'd like to do. Short answer to your question though is yes, there's an existing restricted reserve for health and safety that can only be used on health and safety roads.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. Through you to Mr. Given or Mrs. Malinchuk, I'm just a little confused by the numbers and the words. So 128,000 to reserves, except that reserves in that context is general, and yet the 18,000 with respect to WCB is to go to a restricted reserve. So I wonder whether we should in fact have separate motions, because that 18,000 is to go to a specific restricted reserve, not to reserves generally. But I'm not able to add up the other numbers. So with respect to the COVID supplies, there was money, as I understand it, in reserves, and we want to take some out, 17,000, to allocate toward expenses that were incurred. And yet it seems that 17,000 is part of the 128 that's going to go into reserve. So maybe I just don't follow what is requested, but it seems to me there's a request to take money out of reserves, not put it into reserves. And then the 93,000 of 125, I just need another explanation of that. So that's 93,000 to go into reserves for $125,000 expense, which was saved, but it's going to be a contingency. And so is that general reserves, or is that a restricted reserve of that 93,000?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Given. Thank you.
Acting Deputy Mayor Hall, pass those on to Ms. Malinchuk. Again, the motion is intended to be sort of a global net number, and we attempted to provide council a little bit more insight. If we said, council, we recommend that you transfer $120,000 to reserves, you might say, where is this money coming from? And so we attempted to, in the bullet points, give you a little bit more breakdown about what comprises that $120,000. And Ms. Malinchuk provide a little bit more specificity on your questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor Hall, through to Mayor Ireland. It probably best wording might be to and from reserves in the amount of 128,000. So we'd be looking at transferring into reserves $111,264.43. So the 93,000 and the 18,264.43 from WCB, and then it would be a transfer from reserves into the operating to offset expenses in the amount of $17,587.19 from the transfer to reserves that we set up in emergency management. I hope that clarifies.
It does, absolutely. I thank you for that.
Thank you. We have another, Councillor Demota.
I think that confused things a little more for me. If I may, through you, Deputy Mayor Hall to administration. So the net transfer to reserves, in my mind, after hearing that, would be $111,000 minus 17 plus. So it's actually not, that's kind of what I understood from that. So it's an in and out, is that what we're, okay. I thought I had an idea.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Melichak, can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. To Councillor Demota, actually, it would be a transfer of $111,264 to reserves. So that is a combined amount of $93,000 for the contingency reserves, and then $18,264.43 to the WCB restricted reserve. So that's what equates the 111 going into reserves. Coming out of reserves would be $17,587.19. And that would go to revenue to offset the expenses that occurred in 2021 for emergency management that we had set aside into reserves just in case.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments from council? I see no hands, but Mayor Ireland.
I will make a motion that committee recommend council to approve a year-end transfer to and from reserves in the total amount of $128,851.62.
Thank you for that, Mayor Ireland. I open the floor to any debate or further comments. I see no hands. There is a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to item 7.5, the S Block Capital Late Bill. Delayed invoice. Mr. David.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I know Ms. Melichak and Ms. Greathead are both here, and so they can provide more detail on this report. But the recommendation is that committee recommend council to add the payment of the interest noted in the report in the amount of $58,748.84 before tax to the S Block capital project, and that be funded with remaining MSIC funds. It was identified by administration after some questions from council around the lighting for the new S Block parking, that there was some work that was not completed, that the lights hadn't actually been energized because there was no outstanding invoice for the installation of the lights. That oversight is reflected in this amount, and this actually reflects the work that was done by ATCO on that project. There are remaining funds that can cover this cost, and the overall project will still be under the initial budget that was proposed for the S Block parking lot project, $550,000. So obviously we have an amount owing to one of our contractors. Administration is recommending that we do have MSIC funds available to fund that, and that the overall project will still be under the budget that was brought forward in 2019. As I said, Ms. Melichak and Mr. Greathead are here for any questions about the process or about the technical matters here. But the recommendation is the committee recommend council approve the payment of this.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Wilson.
Just out of interest, as we did come in under budget to date by about 189,000, 143, where would this money have been reallocated? So if we had budgeted for 775, where where did the 189, 143 go?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Ms. Melichak. I think you're still on mute.
Thanks again, Deputy Mayor Hall to Councillor Wilson. So because we were using it through MSI funding, it would remain within our deferred revenue at the moment for that funding, and then we can close off the project, and that money could be reallocated to other projects through application process through the MSI program. And if it occurred through reserves, it would just stay within the reserves, and we could use those reserves for future projects down the line.
Thank you for that. Other questions or comments from council? I see no hands. Mayor Ireland.
It's interesting. Thank you for that recognition, Acting Deputy Mayor. Through you to Mr. Gibbon or Ms. Melichak, it's interesting to see wording in this agenda item that mimics the wording in the earlier agenda item dealing with financial controls, and that is the project being closed out, which is a defined term earlier. But I just wonder whether there is anything that might be done to prevent a project being closed out when clearly something is still outstanding. It's just a curiosity that I have. It's an interesting situation that even the provider, somebody knew the lights weren't working, but it wasn't payroll or accounting or whatever department chases unpaid bills, and yet they had the lights turned off for us. Everybody just missed it. It's interesting, and I just raise it as something to be considered as we continue to look at the financial controls, whether there are safeguards that we can put in place so that we don't close out a project, leaving money open and wind up back in the situation again. I'm not sure what can be done. I'm not a subject matter expert by any means, but it's interesting that these words came before us in two different contexts today.
Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks, Secretary Mural. Yeah, I would say that, maybe this is the exception that proves the rule or whatever that saying is. It's one of those one-offs. You go, oh, it's just one-off, but here we are with one today. There is a purpose in closing off capital projects to say any money that we had set aside and dedicated to this capital project now is relieved and can be reallocated to some other project. So that was the purpose of that fiscal and financial controls policy that we spoke about earlier today. In this instance, had we applied that, had the project been closed off and then a invoice came up after the fact, then we would still have to come to council for approval. Now it would be because we no longer have dedicated funds for that project, and we need to seek council's approval to pay that outstanding invoice from some other source. I think I was right. This is one of those sort of issues that comes up. I certainly wouldn't say that this would be the only time that it would come up, but certainly that it shouldn't be a frequent occurrence. We should be able to close off capital projects because we know that they were done and we paid all the costs appropriately, and then reallocate money. But I suppose that it can happen. I think this shows good due diligence on behalf of the administrative team. If something went wrong, we brought it forward to council so that we can make sure we get express council to move forward with that before we, as administration, decide to reallocate funds from some project here or there.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbon. Anything else from council? Is there a councillor willing to make this motion? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I would make the motion that we do authorize the payment of the $58,748.84 outstanding for the S Block capital project, specifically for the lighting of the parking lot.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Did we need to add that we'll be funding this project with the MSIC funds?
We can definitely add that for clarity, yes.
Excellent.
The rest of the-
Mayor Ireland.
And for clarity, suggested motion be that committee recommend council to that, the authorized.
I take that as being standing corrected. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I'll open the table to any more comments or debates. Councillor Moda.
I just want to say, I hope there wasn't somebody sitting there waiting to flip the switch the whole time.
We have a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Agenda item 7.6, Provincial Tax Write-off. Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. So council members will recognize this from previous years. This is a recommendation from administration to write off a portion of our property tax receivable as essentially uncollectible, specifically related to the provincial building. At a high level, council members will appreciate that as the municipal order of government that is created by the province, our ability to compel the province to do anything is pretty limited. We cannot tax them, and so there's a long-standing practice and programs available at both the provincial and federal levels where those orders of government will pay amounts to municipalities that are equivalent to what they would have paid in property taxes. In the federal world, this is called a payment in lieu of taxes. In the provincial world, it's called the grant in place of taxes. Both essentially mean the same thing. We can't say that we're taxing those orders of government, but we send them a bill, a property tax bill, and say, okay, that's what we owe. We will give you this other amount of money that's not taxes. It is in the province's terminology, it's a grant. In the federal terminology, it's payment. The principle is that provincial or federal properties consume municipal resources. We have to fill the potholes in front of these properties. We have to fix the sidewalks. We have to remove snow in front of these properties. All of those municipal services, which municipal property taxes contribute to. And so for many, many years, both the provincial and federal governments have essentially paid their bill. Beginning in 2019 and continuing in 2020, the province unilaterally decided to, if I can put it this way, short pay their bill. They just said, no, we're not paying the amount that you send us. We will pay a lesser amount. And so it's come to where we are today, where they have said that they are only paying 50% of the amount that we are invoicing. So the challenge in this is that, of course, the costs of providing municipal services are essentially shifted to all other property tax payers within the municipality because the province is choosing to not pay the amount that would have any other property owner would pay. The potential inequities of that or reasonableness of that is a whole other question. But the fact is that for the purpose of the year-end audit, we cannot send the provincial government to collections. So these are, these are in fact uncollectible funds. So while we have levied an amount, we know we're only going to collect 50% of that amount. So administration has to recommend that council, again, for the purpose of the financial audit and transactions that we need to show, the council is explicitly written off this amount. So see that recommendation in the report. The committee recommend council direct administration to write off the property tax receivable roll $500,000 for the provincial building for half the amount levied, which would equal to $25,745.25.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Waxer.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given. I was curious about the hospital. Do we, I noticed provincial building addresses. What about the hospital?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. Ms. Helenchuk should correct me if I'm not correct here, but I would hazard to say that the provincial building is the provincial government, where the hospital is Alberta Health Services, and the school buildings are the school district. And so I think that in terms of who actually quote unquote owns the building, maybe the provincial building is the one that is owned by the hospital or the others are the provincial entities.
Thank you, Mr. David. Councillor Demota.
Just to revisit the question again, would we be reducing red tape if we took that building over for $1 and rented it back for the provincial court space to them?
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Anybody answer that question or have any insight? Mr. David?
I certainly would eliminate then we would be the owners of that building, and we certainly don't tax ourselves. So this instance would stop happening, where we have to write off a bill because the province has decided that we're going to short it. It would offer some operational efficiency, certainly for municipal administration. But then I guess on the other hand, we would have to send the province an invoice for leasing their space, and there would be some complication to arranging that lease agreement. But if council wished administration to explore that alternative in the province to see if they have an interest, I think that would be, that's something that's possible. Council wished to direct administration to explore that.
Go ahead, Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. It's not my idea, so I don't want to take credit for it. But at the same time, I think it's worth exploring, at least to propose that out there. And could relieve a lot of headaches and potentially give us some better operating space. Capability.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Questions or comments? Councillor Wilson.
So this has been happening for a few years now, I guess. So we would probably be, I didn't add it up, but being short paid, I guess, 3 years in a row. Is there any end to this? Has there been any discussion with federal or with the provincial government? I'm a bit concerned because, it's very similar to payment in lieu of taxes federally, and we have many buildings that we receive payments from the feds. So what stops the feds from doing something very similar in this regard? So, but just kind of writing it off year after year, it kind of puts us in the position of being able to be pushed around. So I think I remember a couple of years ago we may have written a letter of opposition in this regard. Maybe at least there should be some type of recognition that we don't feel that we're being fairly treated, and will begrudgingly accept your half payment, but we don't see it being appropriate.
Councillor Wilson, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I was going to speak and just express, as I have before, my profound objection to this provincial practice, this unilateral decision, which in financial terms is but a whisper to us, but in terms of showing respect to municipalities, it is definite. Councillor Wilson asks what is to stop the federal government from doing this. Nothing really, except perhaps a modicum of honor and integrity. I find this approach by the province to be absolutely unjustified and really just another show of disrespect for municipal government. And it undermines our role as an elected body in the community. It is absolutely inconceivable that a government that spent public money on a fair deal panel chooses to do this to its own residents and municipalities. I may have more to say next week. I think we are bound to write it off. That's all that we can do to assist our administrative staff. But yes, we wrote a letter previously, and I think we should continue to let this government know that this practice of arbitrarily undermining municipal governments has to stop. How we do that, I don't know. But I think it's fair to say that for the time being, at least, we rely on the federal government to approach us with a higher degree of honor and integrity.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Mota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I couldn't agree more, but I've always said when the game is rigged, change the game. And if there is an opportunity to do that, then we don't know until we ask. If they're not going to be respectful, maybe by proving to them it's in their benefit to change it up and do something different so we can circumvent this, then I'm all for anything that helps our community better. If we have to take it in our own hands, we're not getting respect, then we just have to do it ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Mota. There are further comments or questions or comments from council? Seeing no hands, is there a member of council willing to make this recommendation? Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, I think Councillor Demota may have asked it, but I didn't hear the answer. But so we're the tenants of this building. How much do we pay in rent? A yearly, or yeah, how much do we pay in rent?
Councillor Wilson, Mr. Gideon.
I don't have the number at hand right now, Deputy Mayor Hall, but I believe it's approximately 62,000 a year is the number that comes to mind. So there's about $62,000 a year that we pay in rent for the space of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Gideon. Any further comments? Is there a councillor willing to make this recommendation? Nobody wants to. Councillor Malik.
I'll try this again. I'd like to recommend that committee recommended council to direct administration to write off the property tax receivable for roll 500000, the provincial building, for half of the amount levied in the amount of $25,745.25. I would further add that I would recommend the council consider writing a letter to the Minister of Municipal Affairs about our discontent with this practice and for them to reconsider in future years the practice of discounting grants in payment of taxes and restore back to the levels previously seen.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. Open the floor to any more debate or comments? Councillor Wilson.
Well, I'm super torn to, like, I really feel that I can't support this because the municipality is paying rent for this building, yet the government of Alberta is not making their making their own payments. So it would be like a commercial landlord accepting rent from their tenants and then not paying their municipal taxes. It's completely ridiculous, and I just can't get behind it. Is it how? I understand that at a certain point, administration needs this to happen, but yeah, to get my head around it, I feel like I need more time.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. I really do appreciate the additional clause that Councillor Melnick added to the motion, and that is another letter to, again, express our discontent, which for me is high. And I think that that really helps resolve the issue that Councillor Wilson raises. It is difficult, but we don't have the money and the books have to balance and we have to do something. And so a recommendation for council to direct administration to write it off doesn't mean that we're happy about it, but logically there's not really another alternative. We can leave it on the books and the books will never balance. Or we can write it off and let the province know formally that we continue to be dismayed and discontent with their actions. So I will support the motion and I will speak to the motion that will come before council next week in similar terms. But I think that we are positioned such that the motion is legitimate. And we ought to carry forward despite how we perceive ourselves to be treated so unfairly.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Any further debate, comments to this recommendation? There's a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed, and that is carried. Moving along to agenda item 8, correspondence. We have an invitation to submit a bid to host the 2024 Alberta Winter or Summer Games. Mr. David, do you want to speak to that at all?
Sure, only briefly. Obviously, this was addressed to the mayor. Regularly, the Ministry of Culture or some ministry that has responsibility for these types of sporting events will send out invitations to municipalities. To consider submitting a bid. This provides the timelines for departments for bids to be submitted. So this is here for council's consideration of whether they wish to direct administration to take any action on this. I will make the observation that developing a completed bid by April 29th may be a bit challenging. This was only received February 11th. So it may be a bit of a challenge, but if council wished to direct administration undertakes an activity on this, we could. There would be a significant process to this, and it should note that the province does encourage municipalities with populations less than 10,000 to cover with other neighboring municipalities. That might apply in Jasper's case. But this is here for council consideration. I guess the caution I'm giving is this wasn't just sent to Jasper, this was sent to all other municipalities. And so we will see more of these throughout the course of the term as the province and those municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. David. Any council wish to comment on this opportunity? Let's see hands. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor. I would be interested, at least in reaching out to our neighbor in Hinton with respect to winter games. I think that is a viable option. I accept comments from Mr. Given that the time frame may not be sufficient to put a proper bid together by April 29th, but the first issue is whether we would have a partner in this either in Hinton or in Yellowhead County. So I would be prepared to make a motion that committee direct administration to inquire perhaps Hinton and Yellowhead County, whether they would be interested in co-hosting. Obviously, Hinton has facilities that we don't have, including the biathlon range and Blue Lake Center, they have a luge track. Things that we don't have, but we do have other amenities that would be suitable, and perhaps the county could be engaged, but without neighbors, we are going nowhere anyway. So a direction that we inquire of our neighbors and then see what we say.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. I'll switch to comment. Councillor Rota, and then Councillor Wilson.
I was just gonna say, mine wasn't just.
Okay. Councillor Wilson, it looks like he might be over areas. I feel like he might be frozen. We'll move to Councillor Waxer, and then when Councillor Wilson's back on the screen.
My question is, was this a generic letter sent to every municipality in Alberta?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Council Waxer, yes, it was.
Councillor Wilson, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I would support what Mayor Ireland had discussed. I think yeah, without partners, we're out of the game, but we could direct administration to reach out to our regional partners and see what they're saying, and if we can all team up, that would be really exciting. But yeah, as solo, I think we're out.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I have a question I'm not sure if anybody knows the answer to. How often are the winter games held, and how often are the summer games held? Are they every 2 or 4 years? Does anybody know?
I don't know how often. I believe it's every 4 years, but the last time we were part of the co-host was in 2006 with Edson, Hinton, and I believe Yellowhead County. It is a significant amount of work to put on the games.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I can also attest to how much work they are, and thousands of young athletes will descend upon the town. I know I have never been to a games. My husband has been to many coaching skiing, and they also provide accommodation. Like these young athletes will stay in school gyms and dorm style housing. So I don't, that might not be Jasper, especially if we're going to collaborate with someone, but I think it would be worth looking into. They're amazing events. Mr. Gavin.
Thanks. Acting Deputy Mayor Hall, there was a question about how frequently they happen. Just from looking at the Alberta Sport website, it looks like games are every 2 years. For the winter and summer games, there are also the 55 plus games as well, both winter and summer. And so there will be other opportunities that will also come forward. And it certainly will be the only offer like this that would come through this council term.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. We do have a recommendation on the table. I believe there's a motion, Mayor Ireland. Anybody else wish to speak to it? I see no hand. Yeah.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Hall, I just wonder if the mayor could please state his motion, if it's just directed to administration or recommend to council. I just want to make sure we get it down.
Yes, thank you for that. My motion was that committee direct administration to reach out to our neighboring communities of Hinton, Edson, and Yellowhead County to gauge interest in co-hosting the 2024 Alberta Winter Games.
Thank you for that. It is on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. Moving on to item number 9, our motion action list.
Thanks, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. So the motion action list is here for committee. Administration is recommending the following changes. First, just in terms of responsibilities, now with Mr. Reed in place, there are a couple of items that fall more appropriately to the Director of Community Development. That's the Mountain Makers Arts and Culture item. I'm aware Mr. Reed's already met with representatives and outmakers, and so we expect that he'll be bringing information forward on that. So just in terms of responsibility, we can delete the CAO portion of that, as well as the relationship with JCTS and Friends of Jasper Culture and Rec. That's something that we're following the Director of Community Development now. And then there are a number of items, at least 3 items that we dealt with today that come off the motion action list. The fiscal controls and reporting policy, that's the B009 that committee is recommended forward to council. The speed limits, which is on that same page, and the legislative committee terms of reference. All of those items were dealt with by committee today, and administration would recommend from the motion action list. So, Mayor Hall, those are the items that administration is recommending that the committee approve those amendments to the motion action list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibbon. Comments from council about our action list? I see none. Need a motion to adopt the changes. Is that, does anybody want to make that motion? Councillor Mota.
I move that we adopt the proposed changes to the motion action.
Thank you, Councillor Mota. There is a question on the table. I will call the question. All in favor? They're not opposed. Moving on to item 10, council representation on various boards and upcoming meetings. Is there anything to report? No. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Mayor Hall. This evening, I will be attending the monthly Yellowhead Historical Society board meeting. And we'll report at the next council meeting if there's anything over.
Thank you very much, Councillor Melnick. I will be attending the EOEP Elected Official Education Program Strategic Planning course on Sunday and Monday coming up this week. I'll let you guys all know how that went on Tuesday. I see nothing else. Councillor Wilson, probably down in Costa Rica, have you? Just joking. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you. I am invited to attend tomorrow and the following day to emergency management training. I think is maybe the word that describes it. In any event, in collaboration with Parks Canada, there is an opportunity for those who would be engaged in the event of an emergency to meet and review practices. And we have been working hard, as council knows, because councillors attended a week ago an emergency management session for elected officials. And tomorrow and the following day is a more tabletop exercise to see how everything works, and just be assured that administration has been working diligently to complete a draft bylaw to come to council to particularize some of our obligations with respect to emergency management. So fire season officially started a week ago today. Doesn't seem to be an issue this morning in Jasper, but one never knows. And fire season for us is certainly around the corner, so the expectation is to be prepared. And so for the next 2 days, that will occur. And if possible, I will find an opportunity to disengage from that, to join the business walk with communities Future West Yellowhead on Thursday. So that was something that unfolded last year. It was a really great opportunity to circulate the downtown public and meet with business owners. And so Nancy Robbins and her team at Community Futures West Yellowhead is putting that on again this year, and that will be on Thursday. And then finally, I can report that a week from now, or at least a week, a couple of days, in the absence of Councillor Kelleher MP, I'm going to attend the Community Futures West Yellowhead board of directors meeting in Jasper. That's what's coming up for me, and I suppose I will fill in for Councillor Wilson at the next West Yellowhead Regional Waste Management Authority Board. We will find opportunities to say negative things about people in exotic places.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. The business walk on Thursday, is there a time or a meeting place? Do you know?
I may know, but can I recall? At 10 o'clock, I think it starts, and where the meet is going to be subject to COVID protocols when it was set, so I would have to confirm with Ms. Robbins, but I can do that and let you know.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Demota?
I have two things to address. One thing for upcoming events. I'm glad that the mayor brought up his training this week. I would like to also include on future committee, or sorry, on future upcoming events for both committee and regular meetings, that we put in emergency preparedness week, which is the first week in May. I'd like to make that suggestion. That's not crossing jurisdictions, and I'm glad that you brought up the community Futures West Yellowhead walk on Thursday. I cannot make that meeting, and there are two councillors assigned to that, and I'm assuming that Mayor Ireland's going to be filling in for the lack of ability for Councillor Keller at these present. So I'm wondering if anyone else is interested in being going on that tour on my behalf.
I could go. I would like to go. I'm sure the more the merrier.
Yeah, just
Okay,
someone in a official capacity.
yes.
Represent.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any other reports from councillors, committees, or meetings, upcoming events? Moving on to agenda item 11, upcoming events. We talked about a few of them. So joint wildflower evacuation scenario with Parks Canada, March 9th and 10th. Is that right away? Any dates tomorrow? The Chamber of Commerce General Meeting next Tuesday, 7:30 a.m. at the Wicked Cup. Our strat planning sessions are going ahead in April. The 4th to 6th will be in Banff. And our next intergovernmental meeting will be on Tuesday, May 19th at 9:30 a.m. Anybody else have anything to add for upcoming events? Mayor Ireland?
I am given to understand that next Wednesday night, March 16th, there will be a NETNA gathering at the museum. And I think I am not outside to say that a particular function will recognize service to the community offered by former councillor Dwayne Mark. For those interested, a great opportunity. 5 o'clock next Wednesday, the 16th, at the museum.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Ireland. I feel like that is finished with our events. So we are moving on to 11.1 in camera. And we will not be returning with any decisions. I'm not 100% sure what to do now because I've never chaired an in-person meeting, but in camera session. Normally just unclick the Zoom and Mr. Gibbons has his new link.
Well, firstly, we need a motion.
Okay.
So I will make a motion that we move in camera at 2:53 p.m.
There's a motion on the table. All in favor?
Then does Councillor Wilson require a new link, or can this be preserved without? Without compromising confidential nature?
Your worship, I think we can just keep the same link, and what we would do is if there's any other members of the public or anyone else in the council, just might exit them, make sure that the Zoom room is closed and it wouldn't admit anybody else. So we do that, so I think that the Mayor Paul Frey, the members of the public or media that might be in some Zoom, our open session is closed now, and they should expect that they will be exited very nicely with our thanks for attending from Zoom, and then council can pick up their session.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, members of the public that have joined us today, and we will see you next Tuesday.